Thank you, Tessa. Okay, I'm going to pull up your presentation. Can you see that okay?
Nothing so far.
Oh, sorry, I gotta share. Helps if I share my screen. I had to stop sharing to get the live stream going. There we go. Can you see that now?
Yep.
Excellent. Now, Greg, I can pass you controls if you prefer to advance your own, or I can advance for you. What's your preference?
Um, yeah, I guess if you want to pass me controls.
Sure. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen that should activate it for you. Yeah, looks like there we go.
Okay.
Cool. Well, whenever you're ready, Greg, you have 15 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay. Well, sorry for the tech kerfuffle there to start things off. My name is Greg Bigger, and I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Fife, and sharing with you Fife's segment of the Spalapops Trail, which will run between Tacoma and Puyallup through Fife. And we're seeking funding from the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. So as far as location, if you're familiar with Fife, you should be if you've driven on I-5 at least, the Fife Curve. We're in Pierce County and population of about 11,000 residents. The population swells to about 35,000 people during the day, just because of the many businesses in Fife. And we're located between Tacoma and Federal Way. And as far as the project itself, again, it's going to be 5 segments. The Spalapops Trail starting in Tacoma and continuing through Fife, and then along the future 167 alignment. If you're familiar with WashDOT's project, they're constructing 167 or extending it from SR 509 here all the way to 167. And this first segment, the road itself is nearly completed, and then they're working on this end, and then we'll be to start the design process of this portion. So the trail itself will run 12 miles between Tacoma and Puyallup, and we're constructing about 1.4 miles along Pacific Highway and Alexander Avenue. As far as the need, pictures here show kind of what we have currently, or at least some of the services. On Pacific Highway, this is kind of near the west end looking to the east. There are painted bike lanes on both sides of the road. And then on Alexander, there's not much of anything. There is some sidewalks segments, but then missing quite a bit of sidewalk as well. And as far as the local priorities, the project identified partially through our PROS plan, which included a lot of public outreach. We had over 600 people provide feedback, and a couple of consistent things were more walking and biking trails. And the trail is anticipated to be used for recreation, commuting, and accessing services in transit. As far as the project scope, I mentioned it'll run 1.4 miles shared use path. This shows a cross section of what it would look like. One example on Alexander Avenue, 12-foot shared use path, planter strip. We'll have a hawk signal, which is also called a pedestrian hybrid signal, across Alexander Avenue near 12th Street, where it comes close to connecting back in with what WashDOT's building. Also putting in a number of streetlights. And I'll talk more about the connections to other trails and parks in some subsequent slides. As far as the project design and the fit, it aligns with needs and scopes in a variety of areas. It'll be accessible for all users, increase safety by providing separation from vehicles and new lighting, improve mobility by providing alternate modes of travel, should reduce emissions by reducing reliance on private vehicles, and also provide recreation opportunities. And as I noted, connect to other trails. The project, we're actually at about 100% with the plans and specifications. Put together an estimate just recently, and we're at 13.3 million. And that doesn't match up with the funding that we do have. We have or received 11.7 million from the state as part of the Move Ahead Washington package. And so we've got a shortfall of about $1.6 million. Our request for WWRP is about 1.47, and with the city providing a 10% match of about $150,000. And the project itself dates back quite a ways. Originally, it was just called the Tacoma to Puyallup Regional Trail, and so there's been a lot of public engagement going back to 2019. Got a number of stakeholders, a lot of public outreach, and this picture here is from an open house that was done back in 2019, and back to stakeholder meetings continue. But folks involved have been the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, Sound Transit, Forever Green Trails. I mentioned the cities of Fife, Puyallup, and Tacoma, Pierce County and WashDOT. And we continue to have stakeholder meetings with WashDOT as the lead and between the three cities as the project is advancing. Also, as noted, there's Fife's a pretty diverse community. There's 1 in 7 residents identify as Hispanic, and more than 45% identify as Black, Asian, Pacific Islander, or American Indian Alaska Native. More than 1 in 4 residents speak a language other than English at home. And Fife as a community ranks higher in need based on population characteristics than any other communities in our state. The project census tract ranks 9 out of 10 for social vulnerability, which measures a combination of the social and economic conditions. And this map just shows what came out of the Tacoma to Puyallup Regional Trail process. There were 3 main alignments that were looked at, and the yellow alignment is the one that follows the 167, and there were a couple of different iterations closer to go through Fife and Tacoma, and option A ultimately was chosen, but other routes were looked at as well. And things that were considered were the things that are listed: safety, connectivity, culture, access, and environment. As I mentioned, been partnering with, now more particularly with Tacoma and WashDOT as the state and the 2 cities work to complete these projects. This shows the segments and the anticipated opening. We've got obviously the Tacoma segment, and if you're familiar with Tacoma, they also have the Fishing Wharves Bridge to contend with, which is currently closed to traffic. So that's something they're working on. This shows the segment through Fife, the segment along the portion of the 167 project that's currently under construction, and then the segment that, like I said, they've just started the design build process for what's called stage 2B, and then stage 2A is currently under construction, and it'll be the first part of the trail segment that will open. I just want to point out it's important that each segment leader addresses delays and funding shortfalls in a timely manner so that the intended mobility benefit is not jeopardized. So we're doing our best to advance our segment of the project. As far as sustainability, a number of things I already mentioned about the vehicle emissions by encouraging folks to use other transportation choices. We'll be installing landscaping along the project, upgrading the drainage for better water quality. We are reusing some of the sidewalk segments. There's a few segments that are wide enough that they're classified as a trail, so we are going to be reusing those or using those with this. And minimizing impacts. We're doing our best staying within the street right of way. As far as the linkage between trails at the west end of the project, it'll tie into the Theophos Esplanade, and there's other trails that go south through Tacoma over the east end or near it's still in Fife. It ties in with the interurban trail, and one little section of trail is going to be rebuilt as part of the 167 project, where it ties in interurban, but that would be a good connection into King County. And then at the far east end, it connects to the Riverwalk Trail in Puyallup. And if you're familiar with that, it's not too far to get to the Foothills Trail from the Riverwalk Trail. So there'll be good opportunities for somebody wanting to bike from Tacoma to Buckley. They could do that and be on trails for most of the way when this system is completed. As far as more local linkages within Fife, we have a lot of different things going on. We have a fully funded project to build a shared use path on 20th Street through TIV from 54th, and that'll connect into the Spuyallup Trail down here at Wapato Way, as well as get folks to the interurban trail. We have two segments. Technically, one is TIV, another segment we have Washington closer to Wapato Way. We also have the future light rail station is going to be right up here in this area of town, and we're working with Sound Transit on a regular basis on that project, and with planned connections to the trail in both directions really. And this shows again, this is the Fife segment, and this is the portion that WashDOT will be constructing as part of the 167. So we'll probably provide good connectivity to schools and other public services like the local library, neighborhoods, retail centers, etc. As far as scenic values, got really throughout the area here, impressive views of Mount Rainier, Tahoma, along the trail segment, especially as you get out toward Puyallup. And as you're probably aware, Tahoma has special significance to the trail, particularly with the tribe. And completion of this segment represents closer steps to the completion of the Tahoma to Tacoma Trail Network. As far as cost efficiencies, doing our best to use what we have existing, like signal infrastructure at the road crossings. There's a few places where the road will cross, or the trail will cross roads with signals. I mentioned we're reusing some sidewalk segments that are wide enough to be trails, minimizing, removing pavements and existing curb and gutter where we can. And as I mentioned, we're reducing costs by constructing the trail within the right of way. This just shows the trail alignment for most of it, it actually extends a little further to the west. Working within the right of way for Pacific Highway, as well as Alexander. There is kind of a wonky City of Fife parcel that's used for the road, but it's still got a real a parcel number. So, but the trail will go through that, which again is pretty much city right away and connect into Washtenaw Trail up here at 509. And with that, I will answer any questions if there are any.
Great, thank you, Greg. Appreciate that. All right, questions from the committee, feedback. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Greg. Thank you for your presentation. I was struck by you mentioned a number of the connections in those latter part of the slides, and that was my main question. Is that since this is on the north side of I-5, away from a lot of the population of Fife, and maybe a lot of the population of the Puyallup tribe, how those people are reaching the trail to get the benefits of it. And I see that you've articulated that here with this image, and I think that does a good job. I was curious about, since this is going through a light industrial area or a lot of freight traffic in that vicinity, how will design of the trail make it an inviting and comfortable experience for trail users?
Yeah, I think the separation from traffic, with a landscape strip, will help. I think that's the main thing, as well as just the width of the trail. I ride my bike to work pretty regularly, so I ride on this segment of Pacific Highway. So, and I ride on the road, but again, crazier or braver than others. But I think with a 12-foot shared use path, you can be way to the right, so it's keeping further away from the traffic. It's my thoughts there. As far as accessing the south side of the freeway, yeah, clearly, a current challenge. We have some projects in mind. That one there is part of our I-5 and 54th interchange project to build a shared use path across that 54th. There's also a project to build basically a bridge over the freeway at 62nd, which is the next, Carl, the next green line to the east of 54th. That would cross the freeway, the dash line across the freeway. Yeah, there you go. So that's all, at least in the future. Doesn't get us there now, but future plans. There is some housing on the north side of the freeway. It's not as much as what's on the south side, but there is residential that's just to the east of the trail, like where that dash blue line is. And also the affordable housing is a fairly large complex, which those are both pretty near what we will be building.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Greg. Elizabeth, go ahead, and then Brian.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know anything, sorry, about Fife. So it's really interesting to try to understand the trail from like just the presentation. So on that feedback, that was one of my questions. It's like, is this going, when you talked about the scenic, yes, the mountain view, is there other green space you're going through? Is it strictly like commercial? So I think expanding on that might help for your presentation. The other thing too is I wasn't certain, or maybe I missed it, was there any explanation of any wildlife habitat enhancement? Those are two things that just jumped out at me.
Yeah, so I'll admit, I'd say our segment of the trail is kind of connecting Tacoma to, through to the WashDOT segment. And I think features of those trail sections, I would say, would have some more attractive features for trail users. Admittedly, as you can see from our map, it's primarily, commercial, a little bit of light industrial that our segment is bringing people through, but it gets them really where, from the Tacoma side through to the main trail, which would be separated or adjacent to the 167, but separated from more traffic. So yeah, in terms of the things you're asking, you're right, there's not a lot of wildlife opportunities or other activities other than you're connecting between Tacoma and out to the segment that WashDOT will be building.
Great, thank you.
Greg, and that's something you'll want to try to include when you come back in August for the evaluation, is try to touch on those points, as best you can. Brian, go ahead.
Hey, Greg, maybe I missed it in your cost, but are there any furniture like benches or anything that you're gonna plan to put on this trail?
Yeah, there's, I don't remember how much. I admit there's more amenities, again, on the sections that WashDOT's building. The tribe was, we do have signage and such that matches with the rest of the trail, which is specific for the Spuyallup Trail, pretty nice signage. I'd have to look. I don't remember what we have as far as benches. I mean, there are bus stops that we're going to be touching and improving through that segment for Pierce Transit. But yeah, most of the bigger amenities are out on the other segments of the trail. Again, that's more just what you would expect a trail to look like as far as being away from, more traffic and some overlooks of, there's some wetlands and such along the segments of along the 167. So kind of selling their part, but I think they already have money. So I don't know if I answered your question, Brian.
Oh, no, that's fine. Thanks.
Elizabeth, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm going back through my notes. Way back when, at the very beginning of your presentation, you talked about public input and survey. You referenced a pros plan, which I don't know what it is. And I'm curious, when was that? What's the date on that survey? I think that would be helpful to understand how current, that information is.
Yeah, sorry, it's
No,
part
it's
of
okay.
recreation and open space plan. So it was, yeah, and I'll have to look at it. It's fairly recent. I wasn't the lead on that. Our Parks Department was, but it's been in the last couple of years
Okay.
that they updated their pros plan. So yeah, I can certainly add that.
Great, thank you. And other thoughts from the committee? Greg, this is one of the questions I had, and it sounds like you addressed it. I just missed it in the slides. Kind of when are these other segments happening? And it sounds like there's some planned dates. So that's good.
So again, we have, well, our project, our segment is at 100%. We do have right away, primarily lots of easements, and we have some couple of small right away takes that we're working on now. So we're looking at construction. Like, well, now we have to wait for the legislature next year to get the rest, or at least get the money reappropriated. But mid-year next year, I think which would line up with the RCO money being available. My understanding from WashDOT, the first segment that will open is the very east end, the solid red line. That's got the first opening for the trail. Yep. And then the next segment would be the green dash segment. And then ours would be right in that area. So a lot of that trail's already been constructed, but the 2B contractors, kind of complicated, but the next contractor is actually going to finish putting in lighting and such along the green dash section, even though their main project is the red dash here. So pretty complicated.
Good. Well, thank you, Greg. Appreciate it. You'll be getting some written comments as well when your grants manager returns your application, and then we'll see you again in August.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Have a great day. All right. Looks like Dave is here from Wenatchee. Hello, Dave. Welcome.
Good, Carl. Everybody.
I'll pull up your presentation. There it goes, loading. All right, can you see that?
I can see it.
Excellent. I'll pass you control unless you want me to advance.
I'll drive.
Cool. All right, click on the screen, see if you can get that to work.
Let's see here. There we go.
Perfect.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Well, hi, everybody.
Yeah, go for it.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dave Erickson, Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Wenatchee, and I'm here to present our Lookout Trailhead Development Project. So Wenatchee is located in central Washington between the Columbia River and the Cascade Mountains and has a service area of about 130,000 residents. The foothills attract visitors statewide, especially during wildflower season. The project site is just north of Wenatchee, partly within the urban growth boundary and near the US 297 interchange. So our project will create a trailhead, viewpoint, and ADA accessible trail to expand recreation in this underserved area. It will disperse use, improve habitat, connect trails, strengthen resilience to natural disasters. The site has wildlife, existing trails, wildflower, shrub, steppe, and mule deer habitat, and offers views of the Wenatchee Valley and the Cascades. Conveniently located near the main population centers in Chelan and Douglas counties, it will be the first trailhead north of the Wenatchee River, filling a key access gap. Other city-owned areas include Kenzie's Landing, Sage Hills Gateway, Castle Rock, and Saddle Rock, which are often at capacity, especially in the spring and fall. Criteria 1, need and local priorities. The natural area has existing trails but lacks a parking area. The project will construct a trailhead to accommodate increasing demand as both community and outdoor recreation use continues to grow. When completed, the area will support a variety of uses, including education programs, hiking, biking, horse riding, wildlife viewing, and habitat preservation. The project is also designed to improve wildfire response and better manage stormwater events. Seasonal use fluctuations are influenced by extreme heat, smoke, wildflower blooms, and seasonal closures to protect mule deer winter range. The need for this project was identified through community input collected during several planning processes. The project accomplishes the goals of the city's Parks, Recreation, Open Space Comprehensive Plan and helps address level of service deficiencies. Key goals include developing and improving trailheads and trails, creating viewpoints, and integrating emergency access and wildfire protection. Through outreach, more than 5,000 community members participated in the planning efforts, with the results reflected in the pictogram. City park projects are prioritized using criteria including health, safety, resident priority, cost efficiency, multiple use, rehabilitation, aesthetics, and level of service. Through this process, the project ranked as the top trailhead project and 8th out of all the 54 projects in the comprehensive plan. The project addresses the most requested items identified through community surveys, public meetings, and other planning efforts, including Chelan PUD strategic plan, land trust, public access plan, conservation funding plans, and others. Common goals in these plans include investing in trail infrastructure, connecting to existing trail systems, expanding trail access, and protecting habitat. Criteria 2, project scope. This project creates the first trailhead in the northern foothills. It will include parking for 35 vehicles, bikes, an electric vehicle charging station, and ADA accessible spaces, restroom and ADA accessible trail to a viewpoint, a water bottle filling station with drinking fountains for people and dogs, yard and fire hydrants, interpretive and regulatory signs, stormwater collection areas, fencing, picnic shelter, access route to the trailhead, firewise landscaping, security lighting, and access control gates. The trailhead will connect the community to the trail network, providing access to public lands and neighborhoods. Criteria 4, design fit. The design addresses the need for expanded access while responding to the site's location and topography. The site is situated at the southern end of the natural area and is accessed from the end of Omi Road, ensuring convenient access and creating a gateway to the trail network. The design avoids steeper areas to minimize grading, reduce construction cost, and limit environmental disturbance. The trailhead and ADA accessible trail will be nestled into the slope following old fire lines to help the improvements blend into the landscape. The project provides access for users of all abilities and balances trail access, parking, and amenities with habitat protection and visual integration into the foothills. The project includes stormwater collection areas to benefit wildlife, paved parking, and an area on the exit loop for horse trailer parking and future expansion. Disturbed areas will be seeded with wildfire-resistant mix designed to slow fire growth and intensity a practice that we've developed in partnership with regional agencies on fire restoration projects. Water lines will be extended and a fire hydrant installed to enhance wildfire response. The picnic shelter will provide space for educational and recreational use, while the ADA trail leads to a scenic viewpoint before connecting to the trail network. The plaza will include interpretive and regulatory signage and other amenities, with the restroom located in an area for ease of maintenance. Construction materials are predominantly fire-wise and vandal-resistant, ensuring long-term durability, safety, and alignment with environmental and recreational goals. Criteria 5, project design budget. The cost estimate was prepared using standard construction estimated methods by the project landscape architect and compared with recently completed city construction projects. If the grant is awarded in the summer of 2027, construction documents and permitting would be finished in 2028. The project would be advertised for bid in January of 2029, with construction expected from April through September of that year. Criteria 6, engagement efforts or methods. Led by the Land Trust, the project team held dozens of meetings and site visits with former property owners, neighbors, Chelan County, and others to discuss property history, future use, design considerations, and needs. Tribal engagement was an important part of the process. The name Lookout was selected in partnership with the Colville Confederated Tribes, honoring the cultural significance of the landscape and its sweeping views while reflecting a place where people and nature can thrive together. The project is a culmination of community input gathered over the last 20 years through regional planning efforts. These processes included public meetings, workshops, and phone and digital surveys conducted both in English and Spanish to ensure participation from a broad cross-section of the community. The engagement approach reflects the diverse demographic and socioeconomic conditions of the area and helps ensure that the project aligns with community priorities for conservation, development, recreation, and public access. Criteria 7, engagement. Community input has played a central role in shaping the design. Local residents and stakeholders provided feedback on priorities, desired amenities, and trail access needs. The project team also worked closely with neighboring and former property owners to understand site history, usage patterns, and design considerations that respect the surrounding area. Engagement with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Fire District, and stormwater utilities ensured that habitat protection, stormwater management, fire-wise landscaping, and wildlife considerations were integrated into the design. Criteria 8, engagement partnerships. Through community donations, the Land Trust is contributing the majority of the match for the project, demonstrating strong local investment and leadership. Neighbors and former property owners played an important role in the project, offering input to ensure it aligns with local needs and respects the site's history. Chelan County contributed coordination and support, while the tribes provided guidance and engagement to honor cultural significance. These partnerships reflect strong local buy-in, leverage multiple sources of support, and strengthen connections across the community, tribal, and government groups to ensure that the project is both community-driven and sustainable, enhancing recreation, habitat, and educational opportunities for the area. Criteria 9, sustainability. The project's location and design reflect a balance between recreation, habitat, protection, and long-term community benefits. The design minimizes impacts on surrounding lands by following existing fire lines for grading, preserving natural contours where possible, and integrating stormwater swales to capture runoff on-site, creating a water source for local wildlife. Landscaping includes fire-resistant grasses that slow wildfire spread. Amenities such as the restroom, picnic shelter, and other site features are constructed from durable, vandal, and fire-resistant materials to reduce future maintenance costs and extend the project's life. The trailhead includes an electric vehicle charging station and bike parking to encourage those modes of transportation. The fire hydrant, landscaping, and new access route improve the ability to respond to wildfires, helping to buffer the community against natural disasters. Interpretive signage and educational programs will promote local ecology, history, and culture, and responsible recreation, supporting both social and cultural connections. The project provides the opportunity for physical activity through hiking, biking, and equestrian use, while maintaining a balance between human use and wildlife protection. Most construction materials will be sourced locally, supporting the local economy with select amenities purchased externally. Durable materials and efficient design choices reduce ongoing operational and maintenance cost. Stormwater management, habitat enhancements, and wildfire protection measures increase resilience to climate impacts, protect community investments, and improve long-term ecosystem function. Number 10, enhancement of wildlife habitat. The project is designed to enhance and protect wildlife habitat through a combination of site planning and use controls. By directing recreation to designated areas, the project helps control human impact on sensitive areas, reducing disturbance to wildlife. Preservation initiatives guide habitat protection across the site, ensuring that high-value areas are maintained and enhanced. Stormwater collection areas are incorporated to capture runoff, creating moisture-rich microhabitats to benefit wildlife. Anticipated outcomes include improved habitat connectivity, increased availability of food and shelter, reduced human-wildlife contact, and stronger resilience of the ecosystem. Criteria 11, linkages between trails. The trailhead and associated trail links will connect the community directly to the internal trails of the Lookout Natural Area and extend 11 miles northward through public lands to create a continuous network for non-motorized recreation. The project connects groups of users, including hikers, bikers, equestrians, and outdoor educators, providing inclusive access for diverse users. The trailhead is part of an effort to integrate trail priorities across the region. It will be the flagship trail in the North Foothills, enhancing both social and physical connectivity while linking urban, suburban, and rural populations to shared resources. Criteria 12, links between communities. Wenatchee is experiencing rapid growth with several thousand single-family homes and apartments in development. The project provides access to the only park in this part of the community. It provides a critical connection between public lands and the community, and its proximity to the Highway 297 interchange ensures easy access for both residents and visitors. Criteria 13, water access. The project offers nearly unobstructed views of the Columbia River and its confluence with the Wenatchee River within 5 minutes of leaving your vehicle. A 30-minute walk provides upriver views of Rocky Reach Dam. Criteria 14, scenic values. Visitors to the trailhead are immediately greeted with the views of the Cascades and Wenatchee Valley, with spectacular sunrises and sunsets visible from this vantage point. Throughout the site, a diverse mix of native flora and fauna can be observed. A short walk will lead to a viewpoint with even more expansive scenery, while a 30-minute hike to the top of the northern hilltop offers panoramic views across the entire valley. And criteria 15, cost efficiencies. This project demonstrates significant efficiencies and cost savings through the use of donations and partnerships. The Land Trust is providing the majority of the match for the grant raised through community donations. These efforts have already raised half of the match. In addition to the donations, the project leverages existing resources through our 20-year partnership with the Land Trust, formalized in a perpetual agreement. Through this, the Land Trust provides educational programs and maintains our natural areas and trails. This collaboration reduces government costs by providing ongoing site management, volunteer coordination, and programming without requiring the use of additional city resources. And with that, I'll welcome your feedback and answer questions you might have.
Great, thank you, Dave. All right, thoughts from the committee, suggestions? Andrea?
I was just curious, how many miles of trail will it connect to ultimately?
Yeah, so there's over 2 on the existing Lookout Natural Area site, and that ties into the other public properties. So there's over 11 miles. I stopped counting after that because it does tie into a bunch. You can actually go all the way up to Eniat, which is like 15 miles away through various other public properties.
Nice, thanks.
Leanne, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. Sorry if I missed it, but one thing I was looking for was, I think you mentioned that some of the trails are open to equestrians, but it looked like in your parking lot design, you didn't have trailer parking. Will that be addressed somewhere else, or do they access it from a different location?
Yeah, Carl, can you jump back to an overhead? There you go, that'll work. So where the expansion, I'm pointing to my screen, so that doesn't help. Where the expansion area is, That's kind of the exit route of the what will be the initial parking area. And those two areas on both sides, that's where the horse trailer parking is. So what we're going to be doing is grading it out in this phase and then planting it with a low grass. So that way the horse trailers can then just swing right off of that curve at the top, pull into that expansion area off the road, offload the horses and park there. And then if this trailhead needs other expansion in the future, it's already graded out and we can add additional regular parking without the horse trailers or do a combination of both. So we're trying to cover that in both cases. I don't know if that answers your question. I can label the map better too.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah, thanks. Chris Hawkins, go ahead.
Hi, Dave. Thanks. Follow up to Andrea's question. Just wondered if you could give a figure of how many trails are in the immediate area near the trailhead, the new trailhead, and are those already developed?
Yeah, so there's 2 miles, I'd say, a little plus or minus, well, plus 2 miles of existing trails that are currently there. We just actually purchased the Lookout Natural Area in February of this year, and it had existing trails on it. That was one of the benefits. And then it ties into the kind of the picture that you see there. That is right at the very tip top. So it shows the existing trails as they head off up into the BLM property further to the north. But the yellow property, a little over 2 miles existing. And then we're working with the land trust. They're going to be developing a trail plan for us. So we can look at extending that kind of the main trail route and do loops within it. So we can do improve sustainable trail connections and routes for various folks.
Thank you.
Thanks. I had kind of a similar question. Dave, it might help to show if there are existing trails through here, just show that with a bold black line or more red dotted lines.
Yep, absolutely.
I assume the red dotted lines are all existing trail, right?
Red dotted line is the urban growth boundary.
Oh, urban growth boundary. Okay.
Yeah, it cuts through the middle of the site there, or through the middle of our project. Our project is outlined in white, and then the urban growth boundary line kind of.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. I was thinking those are trails because it's a linkage between trail graphic. It might be good to overlay those trails as best you can, so we know. Yeah, as soon as you build this, you got access to 3 miles or 10 miles or whatever.
Yeah,
Josh.
absolutely can do. I have that. I already have that graphic. So piece.
Okay, cool. Josh, go ahead.
Dave, thanks for that presentation. Currently, where are people parking to access the trails that exist?
Yeah, so we're working on that right now. They park in Omi Gardens parking lot. So on this map, they park there illegally, I guess, much to the chagrin of Chelan County, but they park there. And then this fall we'll be improving the trail route up through to the property from that location. We've been working with Chelan County for 6-7 years on additional parking out there. So that's
maybe I would include that on part of the need for this project of the problems it's solving.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, when Omi Gardens has events, it's a hot mess up in that area. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That's right here, right? The Chelan County blob, isn't that Omi?
Yes.
Okay. And you own, this is the parcel you just acquired, right? The yellow? Or what about the lower half of the box? I can't remember. Do you have an easement through there or you purchased it now? Or I can't remember what the.
Yeah, so we bought the yellow. That was through a grant. And then the lower, and yeah, where you're pointing there, I'm pointing.
Yeah.
But that area right there, we have a permanent access easement through there from the end of Omi Road, which is kind of the bottom of the white line, up to our property there.
Up to here. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Great. Other thoughts or suggestions? All right. Well, thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. You'll get some written comments as well, and we'll see you again in August.
Right on. Perfect. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. See you later.
See ya.
All right. That brings us to our first break. Come on back just a little before 11:15, and we will continue on.
Thank you.
Hey, Adam, looks like you're here from the port.
Hi, Carl. Yes.
All right, great. Welcome. Let me get your
And
PowerPoint up.
Carl, will you remind me, am I made a presenter or do you guys steer during the presentation?
I can hand you controls so you can advance
Okay.
your own slides if you prefer,
Okay.
or I can do it for you, whatever you want.
Let's reduce technological challenges, and if you could go ahead and move slides, that'd be great.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
All right. Well,
All right.
looks like we're back from break here. So looks like you guys have the next two projects. Whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 15 minutes and just say next, and I'll advance the slides.
Okay, well, great. Well, my name is Adam Lemieux. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at the Port of Everett. And since we're a pretty small unit of local government, that makes me the grant writer in a lot of instances. I also have with me today Elise Grunwald, who's our Director of Engineering, and will ultimately be a project manager on this project moving forward, and Cassidy Follins, who is our Grant Compliance Manager. So any awarded funds will be turned over to her for compliance and reporting. We are presenting today two projects. Both are part of the Millwright Loop Trail, which is a port-funded and maintained trail system that connects to a broader, larger trail system here in Everett and in the surrounding areas. And they're two very distinct, different projects. One of them is a new construction project, and the one we're talking about right now is a renovation of an existing trail. The project site was originally completed in the late 1970s, early 1980s, depending on the part that we're talking about. It's a trail and access corridors between buildings from the public parking for trail users to access the Esplanade. The corridor is immediately adjacent to a marine environment, tidally influenced marine environment, which has led to just some natural settling that's occurred over the years. And then a failure of a water main underneath the trail led to more scour than we anticipated. That occurred about 15 years ago. So the trail surface is uneven and made up of different types of building materials and has become a bit of a risk for usability among a diverse group of pedestrians. Next. So this project is located in Everett. We are on the water side of Everett, which is on the west side of central Snohomish County. And the project is adjacent to Possession Sound, part of the Salish Sea at the mouth of the Snohomish River. You can see to the right, and we'll bring this map back again, the Millwright Loop Trail is the yellow box on the left side of the trail map. It connects to the city of Everett's Milltown Trail, and then there's a patchwork of other trails that eventually get you to the interurban and into some of the environmental areas east of downtown Everett. Next slide. This is a site location map. The actual boundary area there is in red. It's a little hard to see. It's immediately north of the Naval Station Everett text box. You can see its proximity to local highways. And then the port also hosts two ferry routes and then one recreational route that goes to Jetty Island. The trail section that we're talking about primarily runs east-west, and it's immediately adjacent to the marina and the Snohomish River. The South Esplanade is an existing trail. It's dotted with gatehouses to the marina. It's supported by public restrooms and is connected to Guest Dock 1, which is the primary passenger ferry and charter dock in the marina. Next slide. So onto the criteria. Criteria 1 on need and local priorities. This is part of the Millwright Loop Trail. The full loop trail is a little over 3.5 miles and largely follows the public marina and to some of our green spaces in Parkland. It's connected to the city of Everett's Milltown Trail, where it connects to other port constructed and maintained trails like the Pigeon Creek Trail, the Baywood Nature Trail, and the Riverside Business Park trails. Everett has little accessible waterfront due to the private ownership and then just the geography of the area here. And the port properties represent the largest contiguous publicly accessible waterfront in the area. For current use, the site exists as a segment of the trail already, as you can see there. That's the trail surface. It was completed in the early 1980s, and its proximity to tidal influence river delta is right there. So the facility is built on top of riprap and other tidal protection with a kind of a bulkhead wall that you see the curb of on the other side of the trail, and then the trail portion sits on top. It's accessed through public parking in the corridors between what we call our Marina Village development, which has a combination of doctor's offices and there's a sleep clinic and a couple of restaurants for people to use. Those alleys, those access corridors, are constructed with a patchwork of pavers, exposed aggregate concrete, and asphalt patches. The repairs and erosion are contributing to an uneven trail surface over the years. It's been determined to be out of compliance in the port's ADA self-evaluation. There are patches and hazard cones are used year-round to reduce risk for pedestrians, as you can see there in the photo. The foundation and retaining wall are structurally sound, and the trail lighting conduit that's buried underneath the trail surface is exclusively for trail lighting, and it's damaged as a result of the settling, where some of it's leaving the conduit and the wires are exposed to the ground, which is troubling not only for trail preservation, but then also with the water immediately adjacent. They can create some problems. Next slide. So on criteria 2, the existing site conditions are entirely hardscapes built above coastal infrastructure. Our proposal for project scope is the demolition of the existing trail surfaces, and this is located in the northwest corner of the property, or on the water side, on the river side, excuse me, and the 3 access corridors that pedestrians can use to get from parking to the esplanade. The foundation, we are also proposing 2 smaller sections that are part of the same landmass and the same trail as it goes east to west that are in front of some existing marina gatehouses. It's not the marina gatehouse itself or even the landing for them, but we do use the same pavers that you can see in the 2 pictures to the right. That's contributing to uneven trail surface and lips and other things that create some ADA challenges. And then as part of that, we'd also be replacing trail lighting service electric and the conduit in the disturbed esplanade trail parts only. So not the access corridors, but just the actual trail itself. Next slide. So this picture is a little hard to read. We have done a fair amount of design work already on this project. The bulk of it is going to be addressing the elevation differences. The Esplanade Trail segment extends to the right of this screen, but it's on the top and left-hand side. That's the Esplanade Trail that continues around our marina, and you can see 2 of the access corridors in between the buildings there. This is an elevation survey, and while you can't make out all of it, there's significant surface differences that are a little hard for me to get a photograph of, but that's contributing to a lot of the hazardous approaches, and it also contributes to standing water and other things that make the trail a little bit difficult to access in the spring and fall. So this is renovating an aging but heavily used urban waterfront trail segment within the Millwright Trail system. It replaces deteriorating trail surface affected by decades of settlement and historic scour damage following that water main that we discussed. Both the trail and its access corridors in the scope are problematic for ADA accessibility, although the rest of the trail system is accessible. Next slide, please. So on criteria 5, project design and budget, the total cost of this project for this section is $2.24 million. The port is requesting 50% of that, or $1.12 million in RCO funds. Major project elements include the construction of the esplanade itself, as well as the electric service replacement. The scope is limited to the Esplanade and the corridors from the trail to the curbs in the parking lot, and the electric service and conduit for trail lighting only underneath the Esplanade portions. Estimates are generated from cost estimates for similar projects and real costs experienced in current port trail projects. We're currently building another section of trail that needed a bulkhead replaced underneath it. And so we're pulling electrical costs and concrete costs from that project and inflating it for the project timeline. The design costs are included in the funding request, and the project anticipates going to bid in early spring of 2028, depending on final date of award. Next slide. So we are, Washington's public ports are units of local government. We have an independent elected board that is up every 6 years in their terms for public votes. We have the same responsibilities that municipalities and counties have when it comes to public engagement, just on basic planning and construction projects. But then because of the focus that we have on economic development and building our communities, we always put extra layers in as part of anything that we do. So we're looking at criteria 6 around project engagement. Some of the methods that we use are going to be pretty common in the public planning space, but go a little bit beyond. This project was included in port studies and reports, as well as discussed in past and future public meetings. The project is included in the port's ADA self-assessment, the boating facilities and public access plan, and then throughout multiple development agreements. The port uses the full range of options to communicate with visitors, trail users, and the public. And this includes traveling to our communities to discuss operations and projects, including 25 to 30 neighborhood meetings throughout the city of Everett each year. One of my favorites is the top left photo there with the woman with the really bright orange shorts. That was a open house that we did for the public that was right on the trail system itself. And Elise has volunteered for those a couple of times, where we're getting direct input from people who are using the trail because they just happen to be going by, and then others who want to engage with us on a regular basis. Next slide. On project engagement, this is a heavily used trail system that is primarily supported by the port alone. I do believe this is our first time. We've worked with the RCO before, but this is the first time we've engaged with this program. The public use of the trail has grown as a result of the increasing popularity of the area, with annual visitors growing from about 800,000 in 2019 to 1.8 million in 2025. And we've about reached half of that already through the middle of May. Continued heavy public use reinforced the importance of preserving uninterrupted waterfront trail connectivity. Now, the project purpose is to invest in continuing year-round safe use of the trail for users of all abilities, using feedback collected through the public outreach related to waterfront and public access. The port previously repaired the segment that follows this particular piece of the Esplanade that had trip hazards caused by tree roots and other settling following trail user requests. Next slide. So on criteria 8, project engagement and partnerships. Like I've already discussed, this is a port-funded and maintained trail. The port regularly coordinates waterfront access, trail continuity, and public infrastructure improvements with local jurisdictions and surrounding waterfront redevelopment efforts. Supports the broader port-owned Millwright Loop Trail in connection to the city's trails. The project is part of a long-term commitment the port has made to public waterfront access. In fact, over the last 10 years, the port has spent over $30 million on trail development. This continues long-term investments in non-motorized waterfront recreation and shoreline access, and it improves the continuity within the regional trail system. Next slide. On sustainability, this renovates and preserves an existing public waterfront trail segment rather than requiring a new corridor development. It replaces deteriorated infrastructure with durable, long-life improvements appropriate for a marine shoreline environment. And it improves long-term safe and year-round usability and maintainability of a heavily used non-motorized recreational corridor. Next slide. some of those same reasons, the impact to wildlife is minimal. The project primarily renovates an existing developed urban corridor within a historically industrial waterfront setting. It's an already disturbed footprint, and it's rehabilitation of existing public infrastructure. The project complements broader shoreline restoration and redevelopment efforts previously completed through the waterfront area. Next slide. The linkages between trails. So I brought back that trail map so you can see where this fits in. Again, the Millwright Loop Trail is, so our project is a little confusing because it has two different terms. We refer to it as the Esplanade, but its formal name is the Millwright Loop Trail. That's the box identified on the far left of the map. It connects to the Milltown Trail, which has interrupted trail access to some of the nature areas around Smith Island and Spencer Island, as well as the city's Lowell Riverfront Trail, the Interurban Trail, and then we have 3 smaller trail segments that are away from the main port area. Some that go by our seaport to beach access, another one that goes around a restoration site to the north, and then one that's in between Smith Island and the Milltown Trail that adds to regional trail access. And then this project is exclusively on non-motorized recreational trail users. Next slide. So this is a busy screen. I would like to have put even more photos in there. The port is pretty proud of the way how we use our waterfront to engage our community, but then also provide free public events. And the trail has many different segments that have different spaces for different usability. And we're always trying to incorporate wherever we can new amenities that anybody can come down and use and climb on and interact with as they come down and enjoy a sunset or a meal. The Millwright Loop Trail connects recreational destinations, waterfront amenities, marina facilities, and surrounding mixed-use development areas. The project supports safe and accessible movement for residents, workers, and visitors using the waterfront without motor vehicles. At the site of Guest Dock 1, home to recreational charters and passenger ferries, as well as service to Hat Island and Whidbey Island. The trail corridor has become an increasingly important community gathering space and recreation space as waterfront visitation has grown substantially in recent years. And the trail connects the waterfront with multiple census tracts that have been identified as historically disadvantaged, connecting communities with recreation facilities, health opportunities, and nearly 100 public events annually. Next slide. On water access, it's immediate. All parts of the trail have unobstructed panoramic views of the water, and the access corridors actually serve as view corridors for the rest of the development. Next slide. On scenic values, this is an excellent place to work when you need to just get away and have a break. We have views of Mount Baker, the Cascade Range, the Olympic Range, Jetty Island Nature Reserve, the River Estuary, the Marine Transition Zone. And then while a lot of folks come down here for our sunsets, we do have spectacular sunrises as well. Next slide. And then on cost efficiencies, the project scope is limited to the trail surface and electrical infrastructure. It makes demolition a little bit more expensive to do it that way, but it reduces the overall cost because we do need to saw cut and separate the trail surface from the bulkhead, but otherwise it brings down the total project cost to do it that way. It maintains efficient use of existing infrastructure, and it cuts our aesthetic wish list, which would be new light poles and other things to make it look like the rest of the trail segments, because those are non-essential to the trail as it exists today. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I look forward to your feedback.
Great, thank you, Adam. All right, Chris Witowski, why don't you start?
Yeah, thanks, Adam, for that presentation. Just had a question going back to the project scope. You talked about there's a lot of settling, and one of your later slides did talk about addressing um, the sub base, which is important for keeping any future settling issues or mitigating any future. But you had an elevation slide, and you talked about the buildings and the trail being at different elevations and causing ponding and some weather issues. How is that going to be addressed? I mean, you can't change the elevation of the building. So how is renovations gonna impact that ponding and weather related issues?
Okay, and just to remind myself of the rules, I'm not responding. Is that right, Carl?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. If we have like a little extra time, you could respond. But yeah, for now, just take down some notes and
Okay.
bring that back for next time. All right, other thoughts, Elizabeth?
Yeah, I'll go. Let's see. In the project scope, I think it was slide, yeah, this one. I would suggest, I got a little lost in exactly what you're doing. So I don't know if it's tighter bullets or, because it seems like there really is a lot going on in this little short trail. So I don't know if I'm giving good feedback, but if there's a way to tighten this, I got lost in your scope. So a little more specifics. The other thing too, on the budget, you talk about when you use initials, because I'm actually a grant writer in my past life and have sat on where you are right now. But you use some initials like CSBC. I have no idea what that is. I think what you're saying here is what your construction material is going to be, but I don't know what that is. So just a little feedback there. And then I'm very curious because I didn't catch this. It sounds like you have a lot of public outreach, but do you have any examples of how that public outreach possibly influenced the design of what you're going to be doing? There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Other thoughts or suggestions? Chris Hawkins.
Yeah, I think it's one of the early slides where you show the trail in the context of state highways. And I think it would be more interesting to have something here that zooms in a little bit more on the trail and its sort of immediate context, because the project itself here kind of gets lost in this image, and I'm not sure that the proximity to the state highways, which are emphasized on this image, really does much to add information about the project. So if you had something that was a little bit more centered in and focused in on that project site here, and showing some of those surrounding trails that I think you had on another image in those trail connectivity elements, that might help to really clarify what this project is doing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Chris. Other thoughts? Linkage map. Adam, on this one, there appears to be maybe some gaps between, the port area and some of these other trails. So maybe just clarify if that's the case, or maybe there's connections via sidewalk. It's not actually trail, but there's other ways to connect, or future plans for connections. And then whatever is connected, it's nice to know it's what the experience is. Oh, there's 2.5 miles of fully connected, and then a break, and then so whatever this is a little segment, but it's a piece of a 2 or 3 mile complete experience, that sort of thing.
Okay.
I was also curious about the water line failure and maybe why the city wouldn't take some responsibility in helping to fix or replace the trail. And I presumably you've reached out to them or talked to them. I would think there'd be a liability issue there for some of that.
And yeah, on that one, I will say that the city repaired the they lined the pipes. They put a membrane in there as opposed to opening it up. It predates our staff knowledge of what kinds of responsibilities they had to addressing what scoured material left underneath the sidewalk area. But with looking at it today, the damage is more than I think was anticipated when the problem occurred.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Any final thoughts on this one? All right. You were about 3.5 minutes too long on that one.
Okay.
You might be able to. So for next time, just get down to the 15, and then you might be able to catch up a little bit with your next project being right here. Different segment, I understand, but right at the same site. So let me pull that one up. All right, can y'all see that? Good. All right, and should I advance your slides again? Or...
That'd be great. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go right ahead.
All right. Well, you will see a little bit of duplicate information. The stats of trail users and things don't change here, so I anticipate I'll be able to stick to 15 minutes quite easily on this one. This is the North Esplanade project. This is, as you can tell from the rendering in the background there, this is a new trail section that will be replacing a temporary asphalt path because we need to tear it up and raise the elevation of the site to account for marine flooding and sea level rise. This project replaces a temporary smaller trail segment, aligns the trail system experience with trail user requests, builds an all-new trail segment at the Millwright Loop Trail, and a more interactive trail experience on the waterfront. Go ahead to the next slide, please. The project location is immediately north of the last one. This is on the Everett waterfront. It's part of the Millwright Loop Trail. Everett, of course, is on the west side of central Snohomish County, and the project is adjacent to Possession Sound at the mouth of the Snohomish River. Next slide. This project is located at the North Marina, which is further north from the last project area. The trail section runs east to west, immediately adjacent to the marina. The North Esplanade is a temporary asphalt trail today. It's dotted with gatehouses to the marina, supported by public restrooms and public parking. It's flanked by the Fisherman's Tribute Plaza on one side, which is a public plaza with a statue dedicated to the fishing history of the area, and Boxcar Park on the other side of the trail on the river side, which is an undeveloped public green space. Next slide. On criteria 1 on local priorities, Everett has little accessible waterfront due to private ownership and geography. The port property represents the largest contiguous publicly accessible part of the waterfront. The North Esplanade project replaces temporary trails with a permanent public trail. The existing site, as you can see in the photos there on the top, is a temporary asphalt path with green space against the marina and the mouth of the Snohomish River. The location is a marine shoreline environment. The site will be demolished and the land elevated to support upland development, bringing housing to the adjacent parcels. Elevation change is necessary to protect land against coastal flooding and sea level rise. The project will serve greater trail demand in a way that responds to trail and waterfront user requests for more green space. The project is identified in the publicly vetted boating access and public facilities plan, last updated in 2024. And the Millwright Loop Trail that this is part of is just over 3.5 miles. It's connected to the city's Milltown Trail, and it connects with other port constructed and maintained trails like the Pigeon Creek Trail, Baywood Nature Trail, and the Riverside Business Park Trail. Next slide. For project scope, the existing site conditions are hardscape, primarily hardscape with a green kind of a green piece of lawn. The project scope includes the demolition of the existing trail surfaces and regrading. The current elevation will be raised, increasing from kind of the land side east to west. We will be constructing a new mixed surface trail that'll be concrete, manufactured wood, and other materials. And there will be a viewpoint as part of this project. We'll be installing stormwater, which is a first ever for the site, electrical, lighting, and water supply. And those utility elements are exclusively for trail users. And then we'll be including a significant bit of landscaping and other softscape elements because while most of our trail, as you've seen in the previous presentation, is all hardscapes, we've had folks that are asking for a bit more of a planted, softer place to enjoy the near shore. And then the port will be completing other elements. It is a requirement of the application to discuss whether or not this is part of some other things. So I don't want to confuse these projects, but this will be completed in part with a pavilion, a public pavilion that'll be on the east side of this project, which is a larger expansion of the Fisherman's Tribute Plaza that's currently there, as well as the construction of a Woonerf festival street that will kind of T-bone where the viewing spot is for this. Those are not part of the project scope, but they're definitely elements that are going to contribute to the trail user experience. Next slide. We're getting criteria 4 on project design. This makes permanent a large section of the temporary waterfront trail. The design reflects heavy, non-motorized recreational use within a dense urban waterfront environment. It provides space for diverse trail users and year-round public use. It also responds to user requests for additional softscaping and green space along the waterfront. The design includes urban trail amenities included for high-volume public year-round use, including seating, water fountains for drinking, lighting, and viewpoint. Native trees and plantings will improve the trail user experience and soften a historically industrial shoreline environment. Next slide. And I should also note that all of the features that we've discussed and that you'll see in some of the renderings are available for users of all abilities. On project design related to budget, the total cost of the project is $6.2 million. The port is requesting 50% of those dollars through RCO for $3.1 million. The major elements include the Esplanade construction itself, lighting, and landscaping. The scope is limited to eligible trail-related elements, so those adjacent projects that we spoke of are not part of it, and the utility infrastructure won't be serving those other project elements. Estimates are generated from the design process cost estimates and then the real cost experienced in other port trail projects that we're currently constructing right now. The design costs are part of the design costs are included. This project is achieved over 30% design already, and the project is anticipated to go to bid in late spring of 2028. Next slide. Regarding port engagement and the methods, the port engages regularly with the public on proposed projects and long-term planning. This project was included in port studies and reports, as well as discussed in past and future public meetings. It's included in our public boating facility and public access plan, and then development agreements and related public review processes. The port uses the full range of options to communicate with visitors and trail users through public meetings and open houses, community presentations, online communications, planning documents and reports, and waterfront user surveys. The port staff regularly travel into the surrounding neighborhoods, participating in 25 to 30 neighborhood meetings each year to discuss port operations and projects. Next slide. Regarding the community, the Millwright Loop is a heavily used waterfront recreation system primarily funded and maintained by the port. The public use of the waterfront has grown substantially, increasing from approximately 800,000 annual visitors in 2019 to 1.8 million in 2025. And obviously these are folks that are coming down to the waterfront for a whole variety of different purposes, whether it's having dinner on the waterfront or coming to one of our free concerts that bring in about 5,000 people every Thursday night during the summer. Come join us. But qualitatively, when I was here working late one night, grabbed dinner at one of the restaurants, I came walking back to my office on the trail. You saw restaurant users coming out onto the Esplanade, taking pictures of sunsets, engaging with the trail, going for walks to burn off their bread pudding from tap and other things. So it is not accurate to make that a trail user number. it'll be some percentage of the overall waterfront visits. We do not have trail user data. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, I did need to address, so public outreach related to waterfront access and redevelopment consistently identified demand for more green spaces, improved waterfront access, additional trail amenities, and then, of course, safe year-round recreational use. And this project meets that by expanded softscape and landscaping, additional seating and viewpoints, improved accessibility, and then permanent trail infrastructure replacing the temporary paths. Next slide. This is on project engagement and partnerships. The port regularly coordinates waterfront access, trail continuity, and public infrastructure improvements with local jurisdictions and surrounding waterfront redevelopment efforts. The project supports the broader port-owned Millwright Loop Trail system and its connection to the City of Everett's trail networks. The North Esplanade is part of the port's long-term commitment to public waterfront access and non-motorized recreation. The port has invested more than $30 million in trail development and public access improvements over the past decade. And the project complements adjacent public access improvements and ongoing waterfront redevelopment efforts throughout the Everett waterfront area. Next slide. On sustainability, this renovates and preserves an existing, completes a new segment of the public waterfront trail system rather than requiring new corridor development. It replaces temporary infrastructure with durable long life improvements that are appropriate for a marine shoreline environment. And it improves the long-term safe and year-round usability and maintainability of a heavily used non-motorized recreation corridor. Next slide. So this project redevelops a historically industrial waterfront site within an already disturbed urban shoreline environment on historic fill. The port in this area has, specifically in this project area, has engaged in a $5 million cleanup. The rest of the trail is built out over a $30 million cleanup. That's separate from the trail that we've been doing. So it's a historically inaccessible to the public, and we are restoring that access in a safe and environmentally friendly way. The project introduces substantial native trees, landscaping, and softscape elements to an area currently dominated by hardscapes and then of course temporary trail infrastructure. The native canopy and plantings will improve urban shoreline habitat and ecological function along the waterfront corridor. The project complements broader shoreline restorations and the environmental cleanups that I spoke about, as well as the redevelopment efforts previously completed throughout the waterfront area. This project is the final piece in restoring public access in this part of the uplands, following that toxic cleanup from the previous industrial site. Next slide. The North Esplanade is part of the Millwright Loop Trail. It's connected to a broader trail system connected at both ends to the Milltown Trail and then the City of Everett's trail systems. The project converts the temporary trail segment into a permanent piece of public infrastructure within the heavily used non-motorized recreational corridor. Next slide. The Millwright Loop Trail connects recreational destinations, waterfront amenities, marina facilities, and surrounding mixed-use development areas. The project supports the safe and accessible movement for residents, workers, and visitors using the waterfront without motor vehicles. The trail corridor has become an increasingly important community gathering and recreational space as waterfront visitation has grown substantially in recent years. And the trail connects the waterfront with multiple census tracts that have been identified as historically disadvantaged, connecting communities with recreation facilities, health opportunities, and nearly 100 public events annually. Next slide. As far as water access goes, this offers unobstructed panoramic views of the marina, Snohomish River, and Puget Sound. Next slide. And similar to the last project, this, in terms of scenic values, it includes views of Mount Baker, Cascade Range, Olympic Range, Jetty Island Nature Reserve, River Estuary, marine transition zones, and of course, those beautiful sunsets there. Next slide. On cost efficiencies, this project leverages existing waterfront infrastructure and previously completed environmental cleanup and shoreline redevelopment investments. Improvements occur within an already developed and disturbed footprint, reducing the need for expansion into new areas. Project scope is limited to trail segment of is limited to the trail segment of the broader development. It excludes the Festival Street and the Pavilion and associated infrastructure, and omits plazas associated with any kind of private development that may occur at the site later. It maintains efficient use of existing infrastructure and coordinating the trail construction with the broader site redevelopment, including the other elements that are not part of the project scope for trail users, creates long-term construction and infrastructure efficiency. And I look forward to, that concludes my presentation. I look forward to any kind of feedback you have on the North Esplanade project.
Great, thank you, Adam. All right, feedback, comments from the committee. Go ahead, Elizabeth, and then Chris Witowski.
I just want a little feedback in that I think it was slide 10. You actually, it's the first time I heard you talk about a final piece in restoring access to previously industrial site. I guess I would say that was very appealing to me. So play that up a little more, maybe a little earlier in the presentation as well. Because I know nothing about this area, but now I want to go visit. So
good.
Thanks. Go ahead, Chris.
On your public engagement slide, I don't remember if you had addressed it, but you talked about your own personal story of going to a restaurant and then seeing people using the trail. Were any of these local businesses engaged? Or I mean, I think it'd be good to say whether they were engaged and their level of support on the project, especially the timeline during construction. Are they in favor of this project? Is there going to be potentially be disrupted through construction?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Other thoughts? Chris Hawkins.
Yeah, Adam, I would like to see kind of more of a contrast between the existing cross section or experience that people have out on that asphalt existing temporary trail and the envisioned improvements for the North Esplanade. So if you had something that you could sort of show those two before or after kind of things, that might be a compelling way to show how the environment's going to be changed by that project. And like my previous comment, I think in the early kind of context slides, it would be good to have one that's a little more zoomed in. You have a good exhibit in your application materials, but I think it'd be nice to have it reflected in what you're showing there, yeah, as part of the presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Other thoughts? Adam, as the weather gets nicer, I suggest getting out and getting more photos of people. You said you don't have trail counters and stuff, but I know it's pretty well used. So you just get out and get photos of folks. I know you had some of like festivals and concerts, which is great, but also just people walking and
sure
riding their bike. Can you bike around this as well?
You can, yes. Yeah. So we don't allow any kind of motorized trail users, but maybe I'll just turn my desk and you can look out on it behind me over here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, good. Yeah, that would help. Yeah, because I saw like 20 feet wide, and I'm like, holy smokes, that's wide. But you may need it, right? If it gets that busy in the good weather months. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I was looking at the street view images in Google Maps of this particular location, and it was from January. And there were a bunch of people on the trail even in January.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's Elizabeth, if you get an opportunity to come down here, let us know. It's a very different place than what it used to historically be. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Adam, I also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's a pedestrian overpass like over the railroad.
There is. It's not part of it. Yeah, it does. It connects actually in the spot that we're redeveloping right now to accommodate for larger crowds. It's not part of a trail system, but it does connect. There's a significant City of Everett and Port of Everett investment to get people down to the waterfront from the bluff.
Okay, yeah, from all these neighborhoods up here. I think that's important. Just that there is it's a direct pedestrian continuous pedestrian connection.
Okay.
It's also nice to get, oh, Kelly, go ahead.
I was just going to mention that too, the neighborhood access. Coincidentally, I used to live just up on the bluff. And it was before the pedestrian bridge existed. So I'd have to access all the way down south of the naval station. And thankfully needed those long runs. But now just, yeah, I think highlighting the fact that you can reach it from that pedestrian bridge would be huge. Just, I know if when I lived there, it existed, it definitely would have been awesome to just, my boyfriend at the time, my current husband, would have really appreciated me not dragging him 7 miles to go down. So yeah, highlighting that just access for families that live right there without having to drive or load up the car with kids would be really cool.
Good, thanks, Kelly. Any final thoughts for Port of Everett? All right, well, thank you. You'll be getting some written comments as well when your grants manager returns your application.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much.
All righty, we'll see you again in August.
Yes, have a good day.
All right, bye. All right, we've arrived at our lunch break just a few minutes early. So we'll see you back here at 1:05, and we'll continue with the City of Covington. It's one of the acquisition projects right after lunch. Any questions, or hopefully you kind of, if you haven't done this before, you're kind of getting a sense of the flow and how things work, but anything you, concerns or questions or needs before we head out and get some lunch?
Just a quick question I have, if we're giving verbal comments, should we also be typing them into the system?
You don't have to. If you've said they should be taking notes, the grants managers are online, should be helping, try to take a few notes. So you wouldn't necessarily have to repeat yourself. You could, just to make sure if it's emphasized, or if you have something else that you didn't have time or thought of later, then definitely, jot that down in writing. Okay. And the other thing I forgot to mention about all your written comments. So once you submit them, we'll be able to share those with the applicants, and it'll be verbatim, but anonymized. So it won't be linked to any of your names, which is nice, but we will be able to share all those with the applicants. Cool. Well, we'll see you in about an hour.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, Ethan.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Apologies, everybody. For some reason, I had 110 in my mind. It's 105, so already got us off track. Let's go. Pull up your PowerPoint. Here we go. Can you see that okay?
I do.
Great. And you want me to pass you control?
That sounds good. Yep.
All right, go ahead and click on the screen, see if that works. Yeah, cool. All right, well, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Ethan, Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Covington. The project being presented today is titled Jenkins Creek Trail Acquisitions. I'll note off the bat that the current grant application in PRISM shows just one property targeted for acquisition. However, since the initial submittal, we have a second property that we'll be adding to the application prior to technical completion deadline. And this presentation today includes both target properties. To start, I'll get us oriented. Covington is located in southeast King County. The city has a population of 22,000, and the approximate 5-mile service area around the project site has a population of around 161,000. We next zoom into an aerial of just Covington with the city limits shown in black. The orange stars show the 2 locations of the 2 target parcels. This project seeks funding to acquire 2 parcels totaling 2.29 acres and to complete demolition and removal of the structures to prepare the properties for future trail development. This acquisition project is a critical component to securing necessary property interest to build the 3-mile shared use Jenkins Creek Trail, which will locally connect neighborhoods throughout the city and regionally serve as a connection between 2 of the county's major shared use trails. Evaluation criteria 1, need and local priorities. We start with the city's Parks, Recreation, and Open Space, or PROS plan. During this planning process, a series of community surveys were conducted, and we learned that trails and open spaces were identified and ranked as the highest priority of all outdoor facilities. As part of finalizing our PROS plan, we compiled sub-plans for different park system elements and asked the community to review and rank them. Of the 8 different sub-plans, the one for off-road trails, which includes Jenkins Creek Trail, received the highest rating. Trails being the community's highest priority is not surprising because currently the only trails in Covington are self-contained wholly within a couple parks, with the sole exception being a sliver of the county's Sue's Creek Trail located in a corner of the city. Otherwise, there are 0 trail networks within the city. This deficiency is no doubt why the community has ranked trails as a top priority. With off-road trails as a top priority in the PROS plan, the city moved forward with the study and master planning of the Jenkins Creek Trail with the help of an RCO Planning for Recreation Access grant. This 3-mile trail master plan calls for a local shared use trail network and a key connection between 2 of the county's major shared use trails, those being the Green to Cedar River Trail and Sue's Creek Trail. The need and priority for this project are part of a longer-term effort. Piecing together parcels and trail easements has been an ongoing effort for decades and will continue to be part of the build-out process for some years to come. That said, it is with excitement from the community that this project has reached a bit of a tipping point, with progress accelerating these last few years as a full trail master plan has been completed and the first phase of the trail is fully funded and currently slated to start construction later this year. The acquisition of parcels number 1 and number 2 are the next steps needed to continue to expand this trail with future phases 2A and 2B. On this slide, we zoom into the vicinity of target parcel number 1, shown in red. Areas in green are properties already owned by the city or a city partner. Areas with a yellow border are pending acquisitions, but not in the scope of this grant project. Target parcel number 1 is a top priority acquisition for the city, as it is one of the last 2 parcels needed before the city moves forward towards developing the trail's phase 2A segment, shown with the orange dashed line and highlighted in white, which will add a half-mile of new trail. I'll note that the other parcel needed is in process of acquisition with a willing seller, but being purchased with funding outside of this specific grant project. I'll also note that this is as this off-road shared use trail progresses through development, in-term connections using sidewalks, are shown with pink dashed lines. This is important because it will increase and maximize connectivity as each trail segment is built up until full build out can be achieved. Okay, and here we zoom into the area around parcel number 2, again shown in red. Areas in green are again properties already owned by the city or a city partner. Areas with the yellow border are pending acquisitions, but not in the scope of this grant project. We also show a City of Kent property with hash marks. Kent is a working partner with us on this project, but it's important to recognize that while Kent property looks like it would be a great opportunity for aligning the trail through what's an already publicly owned property, Kent's property is largely a wellhead protection area, and protecting their water supply is their top priority. So that prohibits us from running a trail through most of their property. Target parcel number 2 is a top priority acquisition for the city, as it is the last parcel needed before the city moves towards developing the trail's phase 2B segment, which will add 1/3 mile of new trail. Both phases 2A and 2B are grant projects that we aim to fund next, hopefully with the support from WWRP Trails in the 2028 grant cycle. But first, we need to fund and acquire these 2 parcels in this grant round in order to do so. Need and the priority of this trail is supported by several plans, including the city's PROS plan, park master plans, the trail master plan, the city's comprehensive plan, downtown plan, and development agreements, and King County trail planning documents. Evaluation criteria 2, project scope. Starting with parcel number 1, the site is currently a single-family home. As part of this project, the house would be demolished and removed. A future development phase would install the trail, and the area near the stream would be targeted for stream buffer enhancements. For parcel number 2, the site had a single-family unit home, but the current owner demolished and removed much of that structure, but not all of it. The foundation is left, as well as a small shed, both of which would be fully removed as part of this project. A future phase would construct the trail with connecting access to the network of street sidewalks and bike lanes, and potentially add a small trailhead and parking area, including an ADA parking space or 2. I think it helps to understand exactly what this trail will look like when built in a future phase, just to understand the vision, even if this project is only focused on acquisition. This slide shows a cross-section of the trail, which will be 12 feet wide and paved. The renderings are taken from sections of the phase 1 that will be constructed later this year. The trail standard has community support and will seamlessly tie into the King County Regional Trail System, as it more or less is the same trail standard. Trail features being constructed as part of phase 1 will be extended into future phases of trail development, including an interpretive signage program, trail furnishings, safety elements, etc. Evaluation criteria 3, immediacy of threat. When considering this project, it's important to understand the rapid growth that's occurring in this area of King County. Nearby is Lake Point Urban Village. This development, which is under construction, will have over 1,700 residential units and over 1.3 million square feet of commercial space. While this level of development may not sound like a lot for larger size cities, for the city the size of Covington, it has a significant impact. Parcel number 1 is zoned R8 or 8 housing units per acre, and parcel number 2 is zoned mixed commercial. The demand for underdeveloped land like these 2 target parcels is very high. For parcel number 1, the city has invested valuable time discussing a purchase and sale with the property owner to get to a point where they are willing sellers. And delays in acquisition could risk a change of heart by the property owner, or could risk the property changing hands to an owner that isn't a willing seller. For parcel number 2, the current owner had plans to develop the property, which are actually shown on this slide, but their plans changed and they were getting ready to list the property for sale when the city was able to give them the option to sell to the city for Jenkins Creek Trail. Because we know the property owner is a motivated seller and will list the property on the open market if the city is not able to purchase in the near future, the city has already entered into a purchase and sale agreement on this parcel and received a waiver of retroactivity from RCO. It is anticipated that the city will close on this acquisition before the end of the year. Evaluation criteria 6, project engagement and methods. With this project, we've engaged a variety of groups at a variety of levels. At a high level, the project need and project priority was established as part of the city's PROS plan, which included a series of community surveys, a series of public meetings, and a series of focus groups. Engagement activities specific to this trail included more public surveys and meetings. We had information tables at multiple community events. We had an interpretive planning workshop, and we had an article about the project in our recreation guide. All of these engagements also connected people to our project webpage and email lists. The stakeholder engagement process was also robust, with individual meetings with 12 groups ranging from landowners to groups with environmental or cultural interests to organizations where there may be opportunities to coordinate infrastructure and development. Evaluation criteria 7, project engagement and community. The Jenkins Creek Trail Master Plan considered 6 main criteria based upon preferences from a community survey and other engagements. These criteria included user experience, safety, environmental impacts, regulatory impacts, costs and funding, and property owner and stakeholder support. The trail alignments of the final Trail Master Plan shown on this slide were the results of using this criteria with input from the community through a survey and other engagements. Evaluation criteria 8, project engagement and partnerships. A product of our stakeholder outreach has been the development of working partnerships with other organizations, most notably with Tribes, King County Parks, Multicare, Green River Coalition, and WashDOT. These partners have provided input during the planning and design phases, been partners in providing land or property interests, and or have served as community advocates in supporting the trail project. Evaluation criteria 10, enhancement of wildlife habitat. This area is a known wildlife corridor for birds, river otter, deer, elk, and fish. The first strategy is to avoid negative impacts to sensitive areas of wildlife habitat, such as the creek and stream buffers. The future trail alignment will be set back as much as possible from these areas. Both target parcels also have a history that included clearing of trees and or development that is inside the present-day stream buffer. Being able to reclaim these areas for the natural environment and enhance the wildlife habitat is a great benefit of this trail project. And while the future trail will be in the uplands as much as possible, the proximity to the creek does provide opportunities for education about the stream, wildlife, and natural environment that can help the community better understand their local ecosystem and how to be great stewards of it. Evaluation criteria 11, linkage between trails. This project's 2 target parcels are critical pieces to putting together the full 3-mile Jenkins Creek Trail that will not only connect neighborhoods throughout Covington, but also serve as a link between 2 popular county regional trails. This link will be a value multiplier for local residents and the region. Evaluation criteria 12, linkage between communities. This project contributes to a future expansion of Jenkins Creek Trail, and because the trail will run through much of the city, there will be a lot of great communities connected, including a medical center, a school, a shopping center, and 2 parks, those being Jenkins Creek Park and Founders Park. Though the most important connections will be the access by community members from where they live. This trail will be just across the street from affordable multifamily and senior housing complexes, and this trail will be easily accessible by many residential neighborhoods up and down the length of the trail, with one worth mentioning specifically being the Timberlane neighborhood. This is the oldest neighborhood in Covington and the largest with over 900 homes. The neighborhood is known to be one of the lower income areas of the city, and it lacks sidewalks because it predates today's development standards. This trail will get a lot of use from this one neighborhood alone. Evaluation criteria 13, water access or views. Both of the target properties include sections of Jenkins Creek, and while the trail, when built, will be located in the uplands of the creek, there will still be views of the creek and opportunities for education about the creek and watershed through interpretive signage. For an example of what the creek looks like, here are a couple photos. The water is so clear, it's easy to view fish and aquatic plant life. Evaluation criteria 14, scenic values. The target parcels are part of the trail that will wind through a natural corridor of the city, offering beautiful views with opportunities to connect to nature along its entire length. Sections of the trail will include forest, meadow, lawn areas, and views of Spring Pond and Oak and Prairie, which is quite rare and culturally significant to local tribes. The 2 target parcels will include scenes like the photos on this slide, including forested riparian areas, wetlands, stands of fir trees, plenty of views of the natural environment, and overlooks into the riparian area of Jenkins Creek with great vantage points for birding. And evaluation criteria 15, cost efficiencies. There are several measures that we're using to stretch these grant dollars. Our grant request does not include reimbursement for city staff hours or administration. We utilize a real estate consultant that we just pay hourly rather than a real estate agent that works based off an inexpensive commission. Parcel number 1 has no tenants and parcel number 2 has no homes, so there's no relocation costs for either parcel. And on an ongoing basis for maintenance and operation, the city has been successful in supplementing our park maintenance team with help from community volunteers, some of them seen in action on this slide. We also partner with Green River Coalition, Green River College, and Mid-Sound Fisheries in removal of invasive species and environmental restoration work. And that brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you for your time and consideration of this project.
Great, thanks, Ethan. All right, comments or suggestions from the committee? Did a nice job. Looks like you hit all the criteria. Anybody need to go back to a slide or? You'll be adding that parcel. Did you say the cost and Matt, will it like continue to be just additional local match for the additional cost?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a chance to put that all into Prism because it's kind of locked down right now. So I haven't gone through that exercise, but I know we'll stay underneath the maximum for this grant program.
Yeah. Well, there's no grant limit in trails, so that's convenient.
Oh, that's right.
I was just curious. Yeah.
Well, we'll stay within our limit of what we can come up with match for. So.
Yeah, good. Chris Hawkins, go ahead.
Yeah, Carl, could you go back to the community connections this slide? I just wanted to see, because I see the exhibit in the application primarily shows parks and trail, eventual trail going through. I just wondered if some of the other destinations were noted in that image.
Yeah, I think you're thinking about the community linkage. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. And I'm just kind of thinking here, you're mentioning some of the things. You have bullet points on that slide that talks about the
I'm going to break those up into more slides to show those points of interest, I think. But that's
I was just thinking that maybe noting some of those actually visually on the map would be a good idea to show where some of those communities or particular features are in your community that would be benefited by the trail.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Thanks, Chris. Other thoughts or questions?
Well, that's fine too. We'll work on updating Prism and bringing this back to you guys in August.
Yeah. Well, nice job, Chris. You got something else?
Yeah, just that last slide on the linkages with trails. I think that does the East Trail, the big East Trail project, come through this particular area, or is that further to the towards?
No, this is kind of more southeast of all that.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you mention, Ethan, if some of these other trails are complete or still planned or under construction or?
So I could make that more clear, but the blue lines you see have been constructed. So the solid line of Sioux Creek is all there and paved. I think the ones over in Maple Valley are currently like crushed gravel or whatnot, or compacted gravel, not paved. And then the purple lines and the orange lines aren't all there, but I can make that more clear.
Okay, cool. All right, well, I don't see anything else. Thanks, Ethan. As you know, you'll get some written comments as well. So
excellent. Thank you, everybody.
See you again in August. Bye. All right, next up, Fish and Wildlife. Looks like Annie is here. Hey, Annie.
Hello.
Let me get your PowerPoint pulled up for you. And Annie, I can pass you controls if you prefer, or advance the slides, whatever you like.
Yeah, having the controls would probably be easier in case I forget something and need to go back.
Sure. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen. That should activate it for you. There we go.
Oh, nice. Okay, there's just a little lag, so I'll try not to get too excited.
Okay, well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present about this project. I'm Annie Loggins. I'm the Whatcom Wildlife Area Manager. I manage wildlife areas in Whatcom County for WDFW. And one of these is the Tennant Lake Unit, which features this beautiful boardwalk that you can see behind the slide here. And this is what we're hoping, this particular design is what we're hoping to put around the entire boardwalk, which I will get into shortly. We are in the western half of Whatcom County where most of the population is. And these little dark squares, can you see the cursor at all? I just want to know before I, okay, good, before I wiggle it around too much. But this icon here represents the boardwalk, and these dark green areas are part of the Whatcom Wildlife Area. And the boardwalk is part of this larger natural area combining a couple wildlife areas and county park, and it's directly south of downtown Ferndale, so very close to the freeway as well. And it's only about 15 minutes from Bellingham. And I've just listed the populations of the largest cities in Whatcom County for reference. So these two are very close, and then Blaine and Linden are also within about a half-hour drive of this boardwalk. It is a very popular site for people to visit. A little bit closer view. So up in the north, out of view of the map is again Main Street of Ferndale here. And then this west side is Hovander Homestead Park, which is run by the county. The red square is our project area because the boardwalk goes on both the county property and on the Tennant Lake Unit here on the east side, managed by WDFW. And this is also part of the Nooksack River Trail, which runs from all the way up near Ferndale, all the way along the trail here with several different trails connecting to the boardwalk site, and then all the way down to the south, which I'll show you more later. But just for context. And a little bit more zoomed in here for the last zoom in part. This is the little parking area here. There's water access, primarily used by hunters to get their kayaks into the lake, Tennant Lake Unit during hunting season. And hunting season is the only time of the year that the boardwalk is closed. So you can get to the boardwalk from a little trail that starts up here, goes down a dirt track, crosses a bridge, turns, and then the majority of the boardwalk is in the forest here. You can see a little bit in the satellite imagery. And then on the north side, we have a little ADA section leading out to a viewpoint here. So the overall goal of the project is to renovate the aging structure, which has become increasingly unsafe over time and is very prone to flooding impacts. So this viewpoint here is for the ADA viewpoint that I was just pointing out, but it's not currently accessible to the public because the trail was damaged in the December floods. So you can't currently get here. And that's one of the things we'd really like to fix with this project to improve the sustainability of the overall boardwalk structure and make sure we're not having to close access every time the water level reaches a certain point, which it seems prone to do more and more frequently under climate change. With this project, we'd also like to make the entire trail accessible, so not just the ADA section, especially due to some other ADA features that are on the county side of things. There's a fragrance garden, there's a viewing platform with a little camera that you can see even if you're at ground level. And because we already have those features there, we'd like to continue to support that community by making the entire trail accessible. And finally, we have this beautiful artwork done years ago with this interpretive trail, but most of the signposts have fallen down or have been chewed by beavers, which is a major concern. So we'd like to replace those as well. So these are kind of the three
The three goals of the project: first, to rebuild the structure; second, to make it ADA accessible all the way around; and then third, to revitalize that interpretive trail and improve that experience. So as I've mentioned, this trail is very prone to flooding. And that has just increased over time. And the structure that as it stands is just not able to withstand the level of floods that we are now seeing. So this damage was from the 2021 Nooksack River flood. And you can see that the entire section was uplifted and then moved by the flood and then tipped over. So this is not something that we can easily fix with our regular maintenance. Although you'll note that this nice little light passable grading section of the trail was not influenced by the flood. So this was from 2014. And this is the design we'd like to see around the whole trail so that we don't have events like this happening all the time. As I said, it is a unique attraction in that area, surrounded by two larger population centers in the county. It is very popular. It's increasing in popularity. And because of the frequency of flooding, we're losing that access more than we'd like. So this 20% of this trail was closed for about 4 years until we were able to renovate it. And that's the type of, and then in the meantime, we just lost the ADA section right after we had fixed that back loop. So with these events continuing to happen, we're not seeing the access that we'd like to see for this spot. And because it is so popular, it is so highly valued by the community, we do see a real need in making this a more durable, sustainable structure that people can use more of the year. And you can see that this is obviously not ADA accessible anymore when it's uplifted and tilted and damaged by that flood. Not only are we seeing the really large floods that reduce access for years at a time, but every year we are spending a lot of time with maintenance of these boards that sit in water for much of the year and are decaying and rotting away. This cone was placed at this site only about a couple weeks after we had finally opened the boardwalk this year. So we had fixed all the damaged boards that we found. But with that level of use and with the state of these boards, these holes pop through all the time, and it's not safe or ideal conditions for the public. Demonstrating the beaver damage that happens as a result. The beavers will chew the boards directly, of course. And then the overall lake itself, the water level does seem to be rising over time. So every year we are delaying opening more so that we have time to both fix the damaged boards, but also for the water level to drop. So all of these factors are showing why it, in order to sustain this valuable asset to the community, we do need to take some action to reduce the level of maintenance and closures that we're having to do on this site all the time. So this is the plan of our project, and I know there's a lot going on, so I will try to clarify here. So this gray dotted line is the boardwalk that currently exists that is still the wooden structure that I showed you. This white line is the renovated section. So again, that's about 20% of the whole trail. That looks like this with the light passable grading on top and then steel support structures. These yellow are the viewpoints that were just put in there. This is a viewpoint of the ADA site that I showed you that has been there for over 10 years and is still surviving. But this trail is the one that's currently not available. And that would also be part of the replacement. And then the little purple ones are the bridges, which is another component that we'd like to replace the bridge with the more durable structure, but also raise them up a little bit to better withstand the increased flow and increased water level of the area. We would add ADA features to the entire boardwalk trail. So including that new section here, you'll note it doesn't have the curbs yet. And then we would add the interpretive posts all along, like you saw in the artwork there. Like I mentioned, we just had this section that was damaged by that very big flood that I showed you was just replaced, and we'd like to piggyback off of that design and recent work that's gone in to improve the cost efficiencies and use that same design. The way that this works is there's some steel pilings and supports underneath. There's a wooden framework and then the light passable grading on top. is the really exciting feature for that. It makes it much less slippery to walk on, and also allows the water and light to move through it, which is much better for the habitat and also for that sustainable aspect of it's not going to be able to be lifted up and moved like that in that other flood. This design also maintains the character and the original function of the boardwalk. So this part in the back is the new boardwalk section and where it connects to the old one. And you can see that we're really have a minimal impact on the wetland in doing the work, and it still maintains the original footprint and preserves the character of that design. And that's what we really like to see. So that's how this design was intended to fit into the pre-existing structure. And then all that would be needed here would be adding those ADA features on this section and then replacing this section and improving that interpretive signpost. Finally, raising the bridges up. This was the bridge as seen right after those December floods. And it's a little hard to tell, but the water level is basically only dropped just a little bit below in the winter. So the benefit of raising the bridge up is not only will it be a stronger structure for the actual water flow and that steel, prefabricated steel structure, but it also benefits other users in the area. So it would allow kayakers more clearance to get underneath the bridge in that season. We are still pinning down some of the numbers for our budget for this design. So I know that the ticket price is a little high at the moment. We are trying to work out a more streamlined estimate for that. So basically this 3.9 million total, the majority of it is replacing the boardwalk with that grading. And so it was estimated to be 2,100 feet of boardwalk that is still the wooden structure, and at an estimated $1,500 per foot, which was from that 2025 repair. But again, we're still working on this, and I'd like to get more feedback from our engineers to double check on that. But that's how we got to that number for that. And then the total boardwalk length is around 2,700 feet. So we estimated about $100 per foot to add the ADA features, including the curbs and railings at the overlooks to that. And then the bridges are that steel fabricated bridge and our signposts and small kiosk. The small kiosk would mostly be for housing the pamphlets that go along with the interpretive design, which are currently out at the interpretive center, which no longer is functioning. Unfortunately, a large flood event took out that building. The base was flooded out, and so we don't have an interpretive center there anymore. So it's a little hard once you get to the boardwalk to know what all the numbers mean. And so we'd like to put the signpost up and then also a kiosk at the sign so you can access those pamphlets more easily. Yeah, and then permitting site preparation would mostly be removing the wooden boardwalk that's already there, and cultural resources and engineering. Okay, moving through these quickly, hopefully. So project engagement, just wanted to highlight, we've got some cell phone data here to just demonstrate how popular this site is and how that is increasing over time. So on the left side, we have 2019 cell phone data, and on the right side, 2023 data. So these big red hotspots this is the Hovander Park, the county park there. And then this parking lot over here is what leads to the boardwalk and the fragrance garden around that area. So we do have a lot of people reaching out frequently, asking when the boardwalk will be opened, with concerns about both the water level and the safety of the site. And we're hoping to get more information from some of the surveys that the county does regularly on recommendations beyond that. We also have the Whatcom Wildlife Area Management Plan, which we'll be doing a survey. Hopefully we'll be starting at some point this year to get more information about all of our sites, to get more input on that. Similarly, in the general community, like I said, we have those questions and inputs a year, and that's how we learned about the concern about access under the bridge and the rising lake in general. So wanted to incorporate that feedback. And also want to reach out to advisory committees on the ADA features at the site and making sure that we are not just doing what it would be minimally appropriate, but also what would be very beneficial. Like I mentioned, there are other aspects of that area that are specifically trying to promote accessible use. So there's the fragrance garden and then that camera at the bottom of the tower. And so wanting to provide that whole experience for anybody that could get there and be accessible to all would be very important. The county is our strongest partner in this project, the Whatcom County Parks and Recreation, and you can see their Hovander Homestead Park map here, showing the boardwalk listed there as well. So we do work very closely with the county on the boardwalk, and because they have rangers and staff there all the time, they're a much better place to be notifying us of concerns and tracking the use, because it's just me out there most of the year in the wildlife areas, and I have a bunch of other areas that I go to. So they are very, we rely on them a lot for both feedback and support, and they are very excited about this project because we would all like to see a safer, more sustainable surface out there for the public to use. The Friends of Tennant Lake and Hovander Park was very important in putting together the pamphlets and the interpretive sign, and we'd like to work with them again on if there's anything else we can do to improve that aspect. And then also would like to work with some of the other groups that we expect to be important users of that area. Sustainability is a big feature of this project. Obviously the boardwalk on the left that stood for a long time is just not going to keep up with changing conditions now. And the condition on the right is going to be a much more resilient structure to future flooding and future climate change events. And so this design would really maximize the lifespan of this site, as evidenced by the previous 2014 structures that still are working, that are still standing. We know this is a good design. We know that this will allow this site to endure for many, many more years to come beyond the current structure. It also will improve educational opportunities by revamping and enhancing the accessibility and the interpretive experience there, as well as, of course, reducing maintenance costs, improving safety. The grading, like I said, is much better surface to walk on or to wheel on than the wood, which gets very slippery and very mossy when it's wet. And this is an example of the little pamphlet. And so each number corresponds to some detailed information and drawings about the wildlife and habitat there on the site. Light passable grading is a phrase I've thrown around quite a lot. But the purpose of the light passable grading is not only to be a good surface, but is to allow light to pass through. And it's a little hard to see under the grading, but this lily pad plant is growing like all the way under there. And that's the purpose of this design, is to support aquatic plants, to support the light. And so that will improve the habitat underneath the boardwalk as compared to the wooden structure that doesn't allow anything under it. Like I said, it'll also improve the flow of the water when there are high water events. So the water will be able to pass through, and we shouldn't have those giant uplift events, which are going to be damaging the habitat a lot more than replacing the structure would. Like I mentioned, this trail is part of the larger Nooksack River Trail. So this is just a closer look at our properties. And I did show you the Hovander Park one as well. You can see that it goes all the way up to Ferndale. But this trail here connects in several ways to the boardwalk. And then the Nooksack River Trail continues all the way down the Nooksack River, down to Marine View Drive. So this is part of a larger regional trail system. And for another perspective, so up there where the trail starts in Ferndale, which is expanding quite a bit out in all directions, really, it's growing. And it goes all the way down. There's the boardwalk. And then down, you'll note Marine Drive and the Marietta community are really quite close to Bellingham, which is just down here. So while it's not directly, well, it's not directly between communities in the boardwalk, we're not having people living out in the lake. This is part of a broader connecting trail system. And again, because it's near I-5, it's also very closely connected to the other cities in Whatcom County.
Hey, Annie, you're several minutes over time. You just
I know,
quickly
I'm sorry.
walk through the rest of your
We got
slides.
a couple that are really, really quick here. So yeah, I'm just gonna go real quick. Obviously a boardwalk along a wetland and a lake is gonna have water access views. I mentioned the bridge, increasing the water access by raising the bridge level there. This is one of the entrances to the loop. You can see the water on both sides. Scenic value, again, various opportunities to view portions of the lake. You can usually see Mount Baker on a clear day. It's hard in these images, but it's over there. And other wildlife that you can see with minimal elevation gain. And then, as I mentioned, the cost efficiencies we're expecting to have are related to this very recent design being completed successfully, and how we hope to incorporate that into future designs. And that was it. Thank you so much. Apologies for going over. I know there's a lot of content.
Yeah, you just have to tighten that up for the final evaluation. But thank you. Questions and feedback for Fish and Wildlife. Elizabeth.
I would going back to more the beginning. You talked about project engagement and cell phone data, which was really interesting. And you talked about more surveys coming. I guess I was left wanting, it felt like there's definitely maintenance need for this, but you haven't shown how the community, how the community wants it, so if you could do a little more on that aspect of it. And I'd also say there's one other thing. Oh, what's the expected lifespan of the new boardwalk, especially considering, the face of rising water levels too? Because I know that when you put these proposals together, you have some sort of, what does the lifespan mean? So I would encourage a number to that as well. So.
Great, thanks, Elizabeth. Other thoughts? Chris Hawkins?
Yeah, Annie, I want to build off something that Elizabeth mentioned there, and that is if you had any usage counts or that sort of information would be really helpful to illustrate or show the audience here the demand that there is for this boardwalk. And the other thing that occurred to me as a possible point of interest would be what is the usual opening date when you have these flooding events? Like how late does it push it into the year, and how much more of the year would this all year round boardwalk treatment equate to? How much more access would be created? So putting some kind of quantification to that might be helpful.
Good, thanks, Chris. Josh, go ahead.
Annie, that was awesome. I really like all the photos that you included, and like the damaged boardwalk and what the good boardwalk should look like, and that was great. I was more curious, like a lot of the damage seemed like it was due to the floods in November. Did you ever get like anyone ask if you needed emergency dollars to try and repair that? At the DNR, we were kind of asked like if we had storm damage and things that needed repair.
For FEMA, do you mean? Or something similar?
Yeah, it was either state money because it was a state and a federal emergency, but there was also some funding. Maybe I didn't follow up on it because my areas weren't impacted really by that flood event, but I was curious if you ever pursued that kind of a approach.
Yeah, that's how the last section was fixed.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, good question. I guess it'd be good to know if that was available for any of these other sections as well.
Yeah, the ADA section, we have submitted a request, but I'm not clear on whether we can actually replace what is damaged with a new design, or if we can only get it to replace like a board.
As is.
Yeah, which of course would, it's a Band-Aid situation, but yeah.
Yeah. So this section in white would remain, right? It'd be the
Yes.
rest of the loop that you upgrade
Yes.
to match. Okay. And is that designed to withstand flooding, or be up and out of the above anticipated, 100-year flood or something?
Well, I don't know about 100-year flood, but it is designed to withstand the flooding that we've seen typically. Because of the way that it's I believe it is a deeper piling. I have to verify that to be sure.
Okay.
I believe it's a deeper piling, and then also because it's permeable, the water would go through it instead of pulling it up. And obviously it's not as buoyant as the wooden structure too.
Gotcha. And this so this Nooksack River Trail exists, and there's a direct connection here to it from your.
Yes. So it goes, yeah, you walk through the parking area, and there's signs all the way through to go through there. Yeah.
All right. Anything else from the committee? All right. Well, thank you, Annie. Appreciate it. See you again in August.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye-bye. Next up, Olson Creek State Forest. I think we're still up in Whatcom County. See, Hayden, are you presenting this one?
I am, yes.
All right, let me get your PowerPoint up here. Go, can you see that?
I can, yes.
All right, and I could advance slides for you or pass you control, whatever you prefer.
Well, I guess if you don't mind, I don't have a great camera setup, so I have my laptop blocking my monitor. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, just say next and I could advance them for you.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, I am ready. Okay, my name is Hayden McCown, and I am presenting WWRP Trail Development Project number 261522, Olson Creek State Forest Bridge and Trail Connections. This is a picture of the Olson Creek State Forest near Bellingham. Next slide, please. The Olson Creek State Forest is about an hour and a half north of Seattle and 6 miles east of Bellingham. The state forest is named after Olson Creek, which runs through the middle of the landscape before continuing into Lake Whatcom. Next slide. Prior to this project, there were about 20 miles of existing unsustainable user-built trails in the Olson Creek State Forest. In the summer of 2024, we began developing trails in Priority Area 1. We have 7 miles of designated trails in Priority Area 1. By constructing a bridge over Olson Creek at the location seen here, users will gain safe and sustainable access to the southern half of the trail system highlighted in yellow, what we call Priority Area 2. Next slide. In 2004, the Chain of Trails concept plan was prepared with input from the public to provide a safe, accessible network of non-motorized trails connecting communities in the Mount Baker foothills, providing everyone with improved opportunities for travel, recreation, personal well-being, community enhancement, and commerce. This recreation plan identified a route from the County Parks trailhead on Y Road across the Olson Creek State Forest to Lake Whatcom Park. Next slide. Since 2004, 3 additional publicly reviewed plans recognize this route connecting Bellingham to the South Fork Valley across the Olson Creek State Forest as a top regional priority for recreational trail development. In 2025, the DNR published the Outdoor Access Responsible Recreation Strategic Plan, which reaffirmed the department's commitment to the 2019 Baker to Bellingham Non-Motorized Recreation Plan. Next slide. 22 years after the Chain of Trails concept plan was published, there is still no designated trail route connecting Bellingham to Acme. This map from the plan shows both the North Stewart Mountain Loop and the South Stewart Mountain Loop. Both routes would be served by the trail bridge across Olson Creek. This project would fund the Olson Creek Trail Bridge and the first phase of development of the South Stewart Mountain route, both necessary for connecting the Olson Creek State Forest to Lake Whatcom Park and Bellingham to Acme. Next slide. According to Earth Economic cell phone data, the Lake Whatcom area sees over 300,000 recreational visits per year. Public visits to the state forest have increased since 2020 as new trails are designated and new trail maps are published. Our trail counter suggests the newly designated trails in the state forest see about 13,000 people a year. Use will increase as the area becomes more widely known. Next slide. This project will fund a non-motorized multi-use trail route across the Olson Creek State Forest from a Whatcom County Parks and Recreation managed trailhead on Y Road southeast to Lake Whatcom Park. A critical requirement of this route is a new trail bridge across Olson Creek. This project supports a long-term regional goal, connecting Bellingham to the town of Acme and the South Fork Valley via trail. Next slide. There are 3 existing crossings on Olson Creek, but none of these provide safe and sustainable access. The only permitted crossing is a Forest Road bridge. The bridge is approached by a steep hill on the south side of the creek, and frequent logging truck traffic across the bridge endangers users trying to access the trails. There are 2 non-permitted crossings. One is a ford where users wade through fish habitat, and the other is made from deteriorating aluminum ladders and lies at the bottom of a steep and eroding trail. Construction of a pedestrian crossing on Olson Creek is necessary for the success of the planned trail system. Next slide. The southern half of the trail system has existing unsustainable user-built trails. Many of these trails were constructed along the fall line and do not have adequate drainage. Other trails are within critical areas or their buffers and need to be realigned to reduce negative environmental impacts. This project will provide safe and sustainable non-motorized trails for hikers, bikers, and equestrians to travel through the Olson Creek State Forest and beyond. Once complete, users will be able to choose from multiple loops, out and back routes, or connect to trails on adjacent land. Next slide, please. Current impacts to Olson Creek include pedestrian, horse, and bike traffic, in addition to construction of unauthorized crossing structures. These impacts occur in sensitive fish habitat. During a conversation with the local Department of Fish and Wildlife biologists, the ford was mentioned as the #1 regulatory concern for this area. The Lake Whatcom watershed is the drinking water source for approximately 100,000 people living in and around the city of Bellingham. To protect Lake Whatcom water quality, Whatcom County adopted stringent development standards. Land disturbance is largely prohibited in the watershed 8 months of the year to reduce soil runoff and phosphorus. This project will install a trail bridge over Olson Creek at an existing unprotected crossing, helping to improve water quality. This project will also develop about 6 miles of sustainable trail and decommission existing sections of fall line trail that were constructed without proper drainage. Next slide, please. Our critical area reports for 5 Mile Trail and the bridge are approved by Whatcom County PDS. We have landfill and grade permits and a building permit from Whatcom County. We have hydraulic project approvals from Fish and Wildlife. This is our bridge design. All reports and permits needed to order this bridge and begin building trails are in hand. The bridge proposed by this project is designed to be resilient to climate change. It will withstand 100-year clear flow flood events, and we elected to raise the freeboard several feet beyond county requirements so that it is more able to withstand debris flow events. The trails and bridge have been through a rigorous design and permitting process and will reduce environmental impacts and provide enjoyable user experiences. Next slide, please. We are confident in our budget. Our trail development costs are a continuation of work performed in previous summers. We have a quote for the bridge and expect it to cost about $130,000 for purchase and delivery. Our design team completed a project cost assessment, and it will cost about $470,000 for a public works contractor to install this bridge. We are ready to order the bridge once funding is in hand. Site design and permitting for the bridge and 5 miles of trail are complete. We anticipate bridge development will start in June of 2028 and take 3 summers to complete. We have 1 mile of trail left to permit. That fill and grade permit is obtainable within the project timeline. Next slide, please. In 2016, the DNR began work on a recreation plan for Whatcom County. The Nooksack Indian Tribe and Lummi Nation have been engaged in a parallel but separate planning process to ensure their voices are heard. The planning team held open houses, requested feedback online, and facilitated a steering committee composed of diverse user group representatives. Over the course of 3 years, 1,200 public comments were received. The plan identifies the Olson Creek State Forest and connections to Lake Whatcom Park as top priorities for recreation development in Whatcom County. Next slide, please. DNR contracted the Washington Trails Association, the Backcountry Horsemen, and the Whatcom Mountain Bike Coalition to design a trail system that would work well for all user groups and reduce user conflict. From those meetings, it was decided that multi-use trails will be open to hikers, equestrians, and bikes ascending the hills, and separate bike-only downhill trails would be developed for their descents. The trails proposed by this project have been developed with safety and long-term durability in mind. Next slide, please. In 2024, the Whatcom Mountain Bike Coalition donated $20,000 of time and materials to help construct trail north of Olson Creek. Washington Trails Association and the Backcountry Horsemen continue to bring volunteers to help construct and maintain trails in the forest. We formalized our working partnership by contracting these groups to route and develop trail. We intend to use grant funds to support additional trail development contracts with these partners. Next slide, please. By building trails designed to DNR and U.S. Forest Service standards and installing proper drainage, we reduce mud, erosion, and improve the user experience. This allows us to concentrate people in sustainable locations and discourage non-designated trail travel, which often negatively impacts wetlands, steep slopes, and sensitive habitats. Well-designed trails are also easier to maintain. Water goes across trail and does not erode the trail tread. Next slide, please. To access the Olson Creek Bridge, people will travel around the DNR's Olson Creek Seed Orchard, highlighted here in yellow. For the past 68 years, the Washington State University Extension Program has hosted a 5th grade conservation tour at the Seed Orchard. Students learn about the forest ecosystem management, wildfire, leave no trace principles, and water quality protection. Once constructed, the bridge will be a popular spot on the tour. Students will learn about the bridge design, which protects natural resources, has minimal maintenance needs, considers climate change, and is optimized for the location. This opportunity will highlight DNR and RCO's commitment to protecting water quality. Next slide. This project supports priorities of the 2022-2026 Whatcom County Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. The strategy supports innovative recreation industries and projects that have the potential to increase sustainable tourism, value-added manufacturing, and/or create new or improved infrastructure and transportation benefits to the community. Next slide. My coworker set up a game camera and captured these photos of wildlife in the project area. We have snowshoe hare, grouse, bobcat, black bear, cougar, and deer. Next slide. The multiple use concept allows public access on non-designated trails on DNR managed land unless signed otherwise. By planning sustainable designated trails, we concentrate public use to preferred locations, and we create desirable alternatives to undesignated trail sprawl. We are empowered to close undesirable trails and enhance wildlife habitat and corridors throughout the forest. Next slide. Olson Creek hosts spawning kokanee and west slope cutthroat trout. By constructing a trail bridge over Olson Creek at the location seen here, we will get people, bikes, horses, and dogs out of the creek. We will also reduce the number of unauthorized crossing structures that become barriers to fish traveling the creek. By developing this bridge, we are protecting fish habitat. Next slide, please. This map shows the existing county parks managed trailhead off Y Road in blue. Planning and design are underway on a trailhead located nearby on DNR managed land. The Olson Creek crossing location seen on this map, just southeast of the DNR Seed Orchard, was chosen based on its accessibility. The bridge site is within a half mile of the trailhead. Next slide, please. This map shows existing designated trails north of Olson Creek and the new trails supported by this project planned south of Olson Creek, highlighted in yellow. The Olson Creek Bridge will connect the 2 halves of the trail system. Next. The Lake Whatcom Park Recreational Trail Plan shows 3 trail connections to the Olson Creek State Forest, seen by the red arrows on this map. All 3 of these connector trails would require the proposed bridge across Olson Creek and the trails supported by this project. This project would construct the highlighted western trail connection. Next. Whatcom County Parks and Recreation generated this map for an RCO grant application. It shows a proposed trail connection from Lake Whatcom Park through the Stewart Mountain Community Forest, or DNR managed lands, to Acme. That trail connection is not funded by this proposal and may be a future phase of this project. Once in the South Fork Valley, trail users can continue through the town of Acme to the South Fork Park. Whatcom County Parks and Recreation plan to connect the Galbraith Historic Homestead site in the South Fork Park to their Nesset Farm property. Next. This map from Whatcom County Comprehensive Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan shows the county's proposed regional trail connections. The route highlighted here, crossing the Olson Creek State Forest, connects the urban community of Bellingham to the rural communities of the South Fork Valley, such as Acme. Views along this route are stunning, and there are many scenic overlooks. Next slide. The Mount Baker Marathon race promoters advocate for the trail route highlighted on the map here, beginning in Bellingham, crossing the Olson Creek State Forest outlined in red, through Lake Whatcom Park, the rural communities of Acme and the South Fork Valley, and on to the summit of Mount Baker. Next. Once in the South Fork Valley, the Whatcom Land Trust Edfro Creek Preserve is a logical connection for those seeking views of the South Fork of the Nooksack River, or those hoping to see Chinook salmon spawn in Skookum Creek. The North Cascade elk herd frequent these trails east of Acme. More adventurous folks will find their way from Edfro Creek Preserve into the Twin Sisters Mountain Range. Next. The Olson Creek Bridge site is within a half-mile of the trailhead. Within a few minutes, visitors will have views of the creek. Access from the trailhead will follow a new road built for bridge construction. After construction, the road will be converted to a trail, providing high-quality, low-angle access with minimal obstacles, vegetation, or mud. Views of Lake Whatcom and Bellingham Bay are abundant higher in the trail system, though they take more effort to access. Next slide. Scenic values are accessible year-round. Afternoon sun beams through the trees and sunsets over Lake Whatcom, Bellingham, and the San Juan Islands are common. As visitors progress across Olson Creek and up through the forest, high-quality scenic values are abundant. Next slide. We reduce project costs by contracting partner organizations to coordinate trail development with volunteers and heavy equipment. The Whatcom Mountain Bike Coalition donates a mini excavator to the project, a $10,000 value each summer, and we conservatively expect to receive about 3,000 hours of volunteer trail work from Washington Trails Association for this project. That is a $112,000 value, though this is not captured in our project proposal. The seasonal summer work window, high summer temperatures, dry soil conditions, and smoke can reduce our volunteer engagement and makes it challenging to solely rely on or predict volunteer turnout. That is why our project is scoped to be completed independent of volunteers, though their support will reduce project cost. As this project is a continuation of ongoing work, we are confident in our proposal. Next slide. Thank you for your time. What questions do you have?
Great. Thank you, Hayden. Nice job. All right. Suggestions from the committee. Chris Witowski, go ahead.
Yeah, really good information. I thought there was a lot of good stuff in there. The only thing I had was the maps to me were really busy. There's a lot of information and really hard to read on the screen. You had legends, but I couldn't read any of them. And it was hard for me to know exactly which was Olson Creek Trail and which you were connecting to. So I think if you can even simplify the maps, somehow really highlight your trail and how it's connecting. I found some of the maps, because you have to go so quick, I just couldn't digest all the information on there.
Thank you.
Yeah, great comment. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I noticed the same thing. There's just no way we're gonna be able to read all that and like hear you and listen to you. So yeah, I would just like cut out the legend, add you can overlay big labels on top of the maps. So like this here is a better example. It's clear, big labels with clear, bold lines. You can kind of look at it and kind of quickly get a sense of what's going on. And so keep that in mind with a lot of your graphics.
Great, thank you.
I want us to be able to digest it really quickly as you're talking. Other thoughts from the committee? Yeah, Elizabeth, go ahead.
This is probably not necessary. I'm just going to say your trail cam pictures are great. So keep those in.
I was pretty excited when we found those. Yeah.
Yeah, the wildlife.
Yeah.
Are some of these other trails existing or planned or mixed?
Yep. Yeah, some of them are existing to various degrees of development. The Nooksack River Trail, which goes there, the blue one that goes down south through Acme, that one, I think it exists, but it is along Highway 9 for sections, and there is no median on Highway 9 for folks to travel on. So they exist in various degrees of development.
Okay.
It's the same with the red trail there, the Beta Baker Trail, yeah, and the Coast Millennium Trail, all of them really, yeah.
All right, other thoughts, suggestions? All right, well, nice job. It's pretty thorough. A lot of good information, and again, I think just clarifying some of these graphics, so whatever you want us to see, like really make sure it stands out.
Yeah, I think I may pull a map or two just to simplify it a bit and maybe end on a map that was suggested in a note that I caught at the end of last week and let folks digest that during the question period and maybe that'll help facilitate some conversation as well.
Yeah, for sure. Good. All right. Well, I don't see any other hands, so thank you. Appreciate it. We'll see you in August for the evaluation.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. We've arrived at a break just a couple minutes early. Come on back at 2:35. We will continue on. Thanks, everybody. Hey, Paul.
Hey, good afternoon.
Looks like you're presenting for Bellingham.
That's correct.
All right. Get your PowerPoint opened. You see that okay?
Yes, I do.
Great. I could advance slides for you or pass control to you, whatever your preference is.
Oh, I'll drive. I'll see how I do driving.
All righty. Go ahead and click on the slide. That should activate it for you. There we go.
All right.
Sweet. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Excellent. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Knipple. I serve as the City of Bellingham Parks and Recreation Department Greenways Project Manager, and I'm here to present the Middle Fork Spring Open Space Trail Project. The City of Bellingham is located in Northwest Washington on Bellingham Bay along Interstate 5 in Whatcom County, 20 miles south of the Canadian border and 90 miles north of Seattle. Middle Fork Spring Open Space is located north and east of Interstate 5 within city limits. The project is in the Meridian neighborhood in an area of Bellingham experiencing continued growth and development. Project overview. The project site is located east of the popular Cordata Park, acquired with acquisition funding under RCO Project 16-1831, and developed in 2 phases, which opened in 2020 and 2024. The park contains amenities including trails, pavilions, playground, splash pad, sport courts, restrooms, a pump track, and parkour area. The Middle Fork Spring Open Space property was acquired in 2022 with Greenways levy funds for the purpose of constructing the trail as part of an east-west multimodal trail corridor across North Bellingham. The project will construct 1/4 mile of multi-use trail with crushed limestone surfacing and elevated boardwalk sections through Middle Fork Spring Open Space. Need: local priorities. The half-mile service area surrounding the proposed trail includes Cordata Park, Juliana Park, and Cordata Open Space. Juliana Park was developed on the Cordata Commons property, which was acquired with acquisition funds under RCO Project 08-1469. These maps show the 10-minute walk shed level of service and the lack of access to park facilities in North Bellingham. And this map shows the combined half-mile walk to park or park trail service areas and the lack of access across the growing north side. This project will improve access to parks and trails for areas of residential multifamily zoning and increase access from Cordata Park to commercial and industrial zones. The trail will be designed to be accessible in an area with a higher % population with a disability than the state average. The project will provide access to recreational opportunities in a census tract with a lower median household income than the state average. And the project is located within Block 1 of the census tract and qualifies for a reduced 10% match based on median household income level. The site is surrounded by public land, multifamily residential, industrial, and commercial zoning uses in an area experiencing growth, with many vacant parcels ripe for development. This slide shows recent and proposed commercial and multifamily development within the half-mile service area of the site. The Meridian and Cordata neighborhoods have a significant share of multifamily housing, making this recreational opportunity important for equitable access for people living with limited outdoor spaces. The residential density of the adjacent neighborhoods is lower than other established neighborhoods in Bellingham. However, the total population in these neighborhoods is high, with more dense multifamily development expected. This project will lower barriers to access to Cordata Park from the east, as well as improving connection to commercial areas along Meridian Street from the west. This exhibit shows routes demonstrating a reduction in walking distance of almost 1/2 mile from the intersection of West Stewart Road and State Highway 539 Meridian Street to Cordata Park trails. This map shows the increased level of service benefit for the project. The larger 1 mile area includes over 5,800 people. Additionally, the project connects Cordata Park, which is a destination for visitors, with over 244,000 visits in 2025. The park's recreation and open space plan identifies the Middle Fork Spring Open Space Trail as a recommended trail facility. And the pros plan includes project prioritization data showing this is a highly ranked trail project. Funding for design and construction are included in the Parks and Recreation Department capital plan. Project scope. The site is currently maintained as open space with rolling topography and a mix of native and non-native vegetation. The site contains the headwaters of Middle Fork Spring Creek, several wetlands, and a raptor nest, which may be a bald eagle nest. The project will construct a trail through the site to improve public access to open space, Cordata Park trails and amenities, and serve as a section of a broader trail corridor across North Bellingham. The multi-use trail will provide recreational and multimodal transportation opportunities for hikers, bikers, and pedestrians. It will consist of 8-foot wide crushed limestone and 10-foot wide elevated boardwalk segments. A rock retaining wall will be used to manage a portion of trail uphill slope. Improvements in the West Stewart right-of-way include gravel trail and curb gutter and sidewalk connection to existing sidewalk. 3 benches are located along the boardwalk, and the project includes interpretive and wayfinding signage, a pet waste station, and compensatory on-site mitigation for unavoidable buffer impacts and indirect wetland impacts from boardwalk shading. Trees will be replaced at a 2-to-1 ratio, will be replaced within wetland buffer areas, and will provide screening between the trail and raptor nest. Project design fit. To address the discovery of the raptor nest, an alignment change occurred at 60% design to maintain at least 100 feet of distance from the nest tree. The trail is designed to washout and AASHTO standards. The limestone surfacing creates a firm, stable trail tread. Middle Fork Spring Open Space contains multiple wetlands, and the reduced trail tread width of 8 feet with 1-foot shoulders is proposed to accommodate multimodal trail traffic while reducing impacts to critical areas. Elevated boardwalks reaching up to 13 feet high will be utilized to reduce impacts to critical areas, cross wetlands, manage site topography, and keep trail running grade below 5%. Boardwalks will be 10 feet wide and will utilize ADA compliant grading and City of Bellingham Park standard guardrail. Diamond pier pin pile footings will be used for boardwalks to minimize impacts to critical areas. Project design budget. The project total of $1,948,000 is based on the draft 100% design estimate. Land disturbance, building, right-of-way, and eagle disturbance permitting are planned for 2026 and early 2027, and construction is currently planned for September 2028. Project engagement methods. The City of Bellingham Greenways Levy 5 was approved in 2023 for an additional 10 years of funding for trails, parks, and open space. All projects using Greenways levy funds have been defined through the voter-approved levy initiatives and approved by the City Council. The Greenways Advisory Committee is comprised of Bellingham residents appointed by the mayor and approved by City Council to advise Parks Department staff and City Council on the expenditure of Greenways funds. The 2022-2026 Greenway Strategic Plan was approved by City Council and identifies priorities for North Bellingham to address the needs for parks, open space, and trails to serve significant new housing, commercial, and industrial development. The mapped priorities include developing connections between existing and planned park facilities. The Middle Fork Spring Open Space Trail provides a link in the identified east-west connection linking park facilities across North Bellingham. Greenways Advisory Committee conducts trail planning for proposed trail facilities identified in the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, which informs acquisition and capital project development and ensures trails are built concurrently with private development. Project Engagement Community. This trail is included in the 2026 Park, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. Engagement for the plan update included open houses, a community survey, focus groups, and outreach to infrequent or non-users and underrepresented groups, online community review and comment, and adoption by City Council. A community survey during engagement for the 2026 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan update found people in North Bellingham identified difficulty in getting to parks, trails, and open spaces by bicycling or walking. Middle Fork Spring Open Space Trail is a crucial connection in the Bear Creek to Queen Mountain Trail corridor, which is also included in the 2026 PROS plan. Project engagement partnerships. Support for the project includes letters of support from the King Mountain and Cordata Neighborhood Associations and Recreation Northwest Trails Coalition. Sustainability. The project will minimize impacts by constructing boardwalks with pin pile foundations and limiting areas of work and clearing. Manages on-site stormwater from hard surfaces through sheet flow dispersion. Provides a buffer to climate impacts by providing a treed, shaded trail experience for respite during warm summer weather. Includes tree and mitigation planting to support wetlands and buffers. Provides multimodal, active transportation alternatives to Cordata Park from the east, avoiding roads with high levels of traffic stress. And provides access to Cordata Community Park amenities with opportunities for physical activity and social and cultural connections. The project will utilize a local source of limestone for crushed gravel trail surfaces, disperses stormwater on site and increases tree canopy, reduces maintenance by utilizing limestone for trails, which mitigates root and frost heave, reduces maintenance and extends facility lifespan by utilizing weathering steel substructure for boardwalks and recycled plastic lumber for benches. Trail corridors have a demonstrated economic benefit to surrounding businesses and communities, and this trail will connect people to commercial centers and transit. Enhancement of wildlife habitat. City of Bellingham Parks and Recreation hosts stewardship opportunities and volunteer work parties to remove invasive vegetation and improve habitat. Linkage between trails. The trail will connect to 1.67 miles of trails and paths within Cordata Community Park. An additional 1.5 miles of trail within Juliana Park and Cordata Open Space may be reached by traveling 0.6 miles by sidewalk. The trail will serve as part of the proposed Bear Creek to Queen Mountain Trail corridor, which includes over 3 miles of trail and 0.64 miles of sidewalk connections across North Bellingham. Linkage between communities. The trail will provide a connection between multifamily residential, commercial, and industrial zoning in the Cordata, Meridian, and King Mountain neighborhoods. The trail connects to sidewalks along West Stewart Road and a controlled crossing at the intersection of State Route 539 and Meridian Street. The planned Bear Creek to Queen Mountain corridor will connect park facilities across neighborhoods and will extend outside city limits into rural Whatcom County. Water access or views. The trail utilizes boardwalks to cross wetlands, including the headwaters of Middle Fork Spring Creek. Views of emergent wetlands are visible from the trail. Scenic value. The project will provide access to open space with views of wetlands and terrestrial views of rolling landscape, including a mix of native and non-native vegetation. The site provides a visual contrast to the open character of Cordata Park. Birdwatching is a popular activity in the area and will be enhanced with the transition from open fields to trails within the treed site. Cost efficiencies. The estimate is based on draft 100% design documents and informed by experience building trails and boardwalks. This project is funded by the City Bellingham Greenways Levy, and the project budget will provide contingency to ensure project success. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to your questions.
Great, thank you, Paul. All right, thoughts, feedback from the committee. Elizabeth, go ahead.
I think just two kind of overarching comments. Well, this is a small one. A couple of times you reference prior RCO grants and you put in the grant number. I'm going to say that's not necessary. So if you have to cut your time, don't worry about those numbers.
Okay.
The other thing too is the presentation is really, really map heavy, which I understand the need for maps, but I think there's a couple of things, and I put them in my comments that you'll get afterwards, in that I think it would benefit from perhaps don't use a map on that slide, but on the ground pictures. And even if it's dreaming pictures of what you hope it's going to be, as opposed to just, again, it's just a little, it's definitely map heavy. So really my only feedback.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other thoughts on this one? Well, you did a nice job walking through all the criteria, that's for sure. Chris Hawkins?
Yeah, I was just going to say that really nice job covering all the criteria and conveying a lot of information in a very succinct and organized fashion. I think that made for a very, a complete case for your project, and would, just encourage you to maybe consider, some of that comment of providing a little bit more of the user perspective on the different aspects of the project. So not as much map heaviness.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I was looking for the one with the connection. The connection between the two parks, does that exist, or is that this?
If you're looking for the connection up.
Oh, there we go. Here.
Yep.
Does that exist now? Is it?
Those are sidewalks and at the roundabout there it provides crosswalks for folks. So that's safe gray connection, sidewalk connection up to the Juliana Park trails.
Okay, great. Chris, do you have something else? No, looks like his hand is still up, maybe frozen. Great, and then looks like part of a larger vision for this longer connection through the north part of town, you were saying, right?
Yeah, a shorter connection, but crucial to kind of bridge that barrier and connect people to the vision of that larger corridor.
Yeah, one of the segments of that corridor, basically. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, you'll get a few written comments as well, but nice job. And then we'll see you again in August.
Thank you all.
All right. Bye. Moving down to Skagit County. And Who's here from Skagit? Ken?
I am here, yes.
Great. Welcome. Let me pull up your PowerPoint. Okay, there we go. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right, great. I can pass you control or advance the slides for you, whatever you prefer.
I will leave it up to you, or I'll let you move the slides. I'll just say when.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just say next when you're ready. And yeah, go right ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ken Hansen, Director of Skagit County Parks and Recreation. Today I'll be presenting a project for the Phase 1 development of the Nookachamps Trail, a portion of the Centennial Trail in Skagit County. This phase includes a trailhead, a mixed-use gravel trail, interpretive elements, ADA upgrades, and parking. The trail alignment follows the same north-south trail line used for the very successful Centennial Trail in Snohomish County. Upon project completion, our community will have a separated mixed-use trail for viewing farmlands and natural areas. Although it is a standalone project, it will also help stimulate continuation of the Snohomish Centennial Trail through Skagit County. Next slide. The project is located in Skagit County in the northwest corner of our state. Next. The trail is 10 minutes east of I-5 and parallels State Route 9. The red dot depicts the trailhead, and the red line is our 2.5-mile trail. The trailhead will always be oriented on the left or bottom of the screen throughout this presentation. Next slide. The service area with 55,000 people includes the cities of Mount Vernon, Burlington, and Sedro-Woolley. Mount Vernon has a population density of 3,000 per square mile, similar to large cities such as Everett. Comparable parks in the area include the 23-mile east-west Cascade Trail, the Highway 20 Trail, and the Colshan Trail. The Nookachamps Trail will one day connect all of these routes. Next slide. This aerial view includes portions of the communities of Burlington, Mount Vernon, and Clear Lake, where our trail will provide access via a transportation corridor to a destination park. Next. The 10-foot wide corridor will connect the South Trailhead and Mount Vernon adjacency to the community of Clear Lake. Next. The north end of the trail emerges from farm and forest lands into the Clear Lake community that contains the existing parking and the county's Clear Lake Beach Park. Next. So, starting with our project needs, Skagit County's comp plan refers to the development of trails and specifically this section of the Centennial Trail as level 1 or highest priority. Public input is an important measure for recreational needs, where survey data collected for the park plan indicates our top 3 needs are trails, natural areas, and water access. This project satisfies all 3 needs. Next. Statewide recreational planning documents reveal the same results, where trails poll highest and water connectivity is a close second. Next. Another measurement references nearby comparable facilities where we have popular east-west linear trails with no major north-south trail. There's a wealth of linear trails to the adjacent Snohomish and Whatcom counties, indicating an opportunity deficit in Skagit County. The Cascade Trail has significant use, and we expect the Nookachamps Trail to serve a larger number of people due to population proximity. Next. Housing development in this area is booming, and as real estate costs escalate in metro areas and telecommuting has become a growing opportunity, this detached trail could provide a real and needed linkage between Mount Vernon and Clear Lake for pedestrians and cyclists. Next. The project meets the needs from the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Plan by providing for underserved populations. Shown here is a comparison of the service area where the project is located, depicted in blue, and the state averages shown in green. The median income for our service area is well below the state average. The disabled population is 4% percentage points higher than the state average. The mortality rate is significantly higher, suggesting a less healthy population. And finally, the BMI of the service area is higher than the statewide average. Increased access to trails and open space will create a greater opportunity for this demographic set. Next. Looking beyond recreational and health benefits, the trail is needed from a transportation perspective by providing a separated path along the highway. Both our local and state transportation planners acknowledge the safety component. Shoulders are narrow, truck use is high, and the highway is a serpentine, resulting in limited line of sight. Next. Within the past decade, a cyclist was tragically killed by an automobile along this stretch of highway. Next. So as a reminder, our project is comprised of the following 5 elements. Shown with number one here is a 2.5 mile gravel trail, 2, vehicle trailhead on south end with ADA parking, 3, a pedestrian crossing signal, 4, multiple interpretive areas, and 5, bicycle walking lanes connecting to the Clear Lake Beach Park. Next. This green shaded route depicts the trail and the abandoned rail right-of-way that is now county-owned property. Next. The trail design consists of a 10-foot wide pathway suitable for walking and rolling. Next. A trailhead will be constructed for vehicle parking, including a fully paved ADA space. A kiosk will provide a wayfinding sign, and 2 benches will provide an option for someone to tie a shoe or wait for a friend to arrive. A vehicle gate will restrict access to allow only maintenance vehicles on the trail. A native landscape will be added. Next. The trail will cross State Route 9, where our project design team is recommending reduced speeds and a flash signal for user safety. Next. We are working with WashDOT and will utilize a traffic study to address ADA and safety requirements to ensure the final solution will work best for all road and trail users. Next. At the end of this presentation, we'll include some shared costs and savings. However, the remaining construction is still estimated to be just over $4 million, with a total county project cost of $4.9 million. Next. The county has shared project goals with the adjacent communities, and a public open house was hosted in 2025 to collect design input. This engagement has generated multiple letters of support. Next. Local newspapers have highlighted the Nookachamps Trail project with positive support. A volunteer community group built an overlook platform, and our trail and stewardship groups are enthusiastic to help. The county's Park and Recreation Board has recommended this project as top priority, and the county commissioners passed a resolution pronouncing their commitment. The city mayors have written in support of the project, and we have letters of support from local groups and state agencies, all in agreement that the Nookachamps Trail in Skagit County is highly desirable and long overdue. Next. For our partnerships, Skagit PUD is utilizing the project route with a buried water line and shared project costs that have benefited assessments and permitting for both. WashDOT supports the crossing signal on State Route 9 and our funding request to the pedestrian and bicycle program. The Skagit Land Trust owns much of the adjacent lands with an interest in connecting their trails to ours. The Skagit Bicycle Club strongly endorses this route as an alternate means of avoiding use of State Route 9. Next. There are many sustainability components to this trail, starting with ecological factors that include minimizing additional ground disturbing impacts to the environment by reusing a rail bed corridor, preserving the existing greenway corridor, replacing invasive plant species with native plants, and establishing stormwater infiltration and treatment. The trail's social benefits are derived from promoting physical activity for recreational and transportational purposes in an underserved community. And economic benefits gained through use of a gravel trail with adequate base course that has a long lifespan with reduced maintenance needs are the final benefit. Next. Our project is designed to protect the resource it highlights. The trail surface will remain at the top of the railroad berm, allowing unobstructed visual access to adjacent habitats, but maintaining appropriate separation and resource protection. An additional environment benefits is provided by removing non-invasive vegetation within our corridor. This includes English ivy, blackberries, and loosestrife. We will replace invasives with native fescues, dogwoods, and other native plants to provide forage and cover for birds and wildlife. The Skagit River Delta is home to Puget Sound's largest population of migratory birds. Concentrations of trumpeter swans, bald eagles, and marlins are found in the Barney Lake area, and the trail is often used by the Audubon Society as the host location for their Birds of Winter program. This unique area will be further enriched with interpretive elements placed along the trail. Next. Farther north, the trail will cross the Nookachamps Creek, a productive salmon stream. Next. This trail has very high linkage potential. Shown on the left is a corridor map with an enlargement to the right. Although our project brings incredible value as a standalone trail, the vision for the future is bright. Our project today is shown in red, although green-colored parcels are owned by Skagit County and provide opportunities for future expansion. We are actively acquiring gap properties, and as needed, some alignments can use the vast road right-of-way. Finally, shown in blue is the 30-mile Centennial Trail in Snohomish County. Our longstanding vision is to connect all these trail systems. This project will provide the public with a glimpse of our overall vision. Next. In addition to high north-south linkage, there is significant linkage potential to the largest east-west trail in the county, the 23-mile Cascade Trail. This trail is just 3 miles away and part of U.S. Bike Route 10, connecting Anacortes to the Idaho border. Next. To the south, the trailhead directly connects to Skagit Land Trust property, shown here in yellow. The Land Trust is in the process of developing their own trail system and wishes to partner with us in making a connection to the Mount Vernon Colson Trail, shown in purple. This connection is 700 yards from our south trailhead, and when completed, will provide a linkage to almost 40,000 people. Next. On the north end, this trail connects to the county's Clear Lake Beach Park in the community of Clear Lake, providing additional parking and a popular recreation destination. Next. This project provides several opportunities for direct water access. The southern trailhead is immediately adjacent to over 300 acres of land owned by Skagit Land Trust. There are numerous conservation groups and schools routinely accessing this property from the trailhead to perform work such as amphibian surveys or restoring this immense wetland, instilling stewardship ethics in our community. At the northern end of the project, the trail ends at Clear Lake Park, where people swim and fish year-round. In the middle of the trail, our bridge crosses the Nookachamps Creek, providing elevated views of the Skagit River tributary. Next. And an intimate connection to Nookachamps Creek. This trail has a wealth of scenic value. Next. Starting at the south trailhead, the next slide will show a variety of directional views from this point. Next. In 3 directions, you can see farms, the Big Rock Park, and the existing trail corridor. Next. Along the trail is an expansive view of Barney Lake. Next. We have seasonal sightings of the remarkable trumpeter swans. Next. And lavish views of rich farmland. Next. With utility infrastructure in the project right of way, Skagit PUD paid for all preliminary requirements, providing cost savings well in excess of $1 million. This work included the wetland and cultural assessments, drainage and stormwater studies, permits, the trail base course, and a 200-foot long bridge that will satisfy the county's needs following installation of decking materials. A photo of this bridge will be included in our final presentation. Next. This concludes my presentation. I would like to thank you for your time and consideration and welcome any comments or recommendations to benefit the Skagit County's Nookachamps Trail project.
Great, thank you, Ken. All right, feedback on this project. Somehow I missed it. The bridge is part of the scope of work?
It needs the decking, but it's installed for the water line. It's already there for PUD project. A shared bridge.
Okay, so I didn't catch that, or maybe you didn't mention it early. I thought maybe you had mentioned it early on and I missed it, but Elizabeth, go ahead.
I got a little confused. You had a slide on criteria 3, which is not needed for this presentation. So if you have something, I don't know how long you went, but that's something that can be cut. If I'm understanding it right, Carl.
Oh yeah, good catch. I missed that.
Okay.
Yeah, you do not need to answer threat, immediacy of threat
Right.
here. There.
Because this land is not a new purchase, correct?
Yeah, not really applicable anyway, so I wasn't sure what to put there.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just skip this. This is for acquisition projects.
Okay.
So just go 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Just skip right over number 3. So I'm sorry, that bridge, you said it was installed by someone else, but
Skagit
basically,
PUD installed it for their water line to go across that span. It just needs decking added to make it a pedestrian bridge.
Yeah, that's great. Because otherwise that'd be much more expensive for over 200-foot span. I was like, holy smokes, how'd you do that for so cheap? But okay, now I know. Josh.
Job, Ken. I happen to drive past that route quite often. You mentioned that there's like plans to connect to the Centennial Trail, but I think on the maps there's like a gap where we're still using Highway 9 to get down there. Are there like plans in the works after this to keep going?
That's the goal. So there are some gaps, as you said, where we'll probably have to use the highway right away because it goes through residential that, gets a little more difficult. But yes, this is phase 1. This will be our first of, any, improvements to that Centennial Trail with the ultimate goal of connecting it all.
That would be fantastic. Just for, I know that this section doesn't cut off that roundabout and the bridge that's just north of the roundabout, but even like fitting vehicles through there is really tight. And yeah, it'd be fantastic if there was a way to get non-motorized folks around there without having to make some tough choices.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. Other feedback? And I think you mentioned this last section up at Clear Lake might be more of like a bike lane situation, which that little segment would not be eligible for our funding if it didn't meet our separation from roadway requirements.
No, there's an existing parking area there now with parking for the beach. So it's not part of this project. We're just saying it's close by, but.
Right, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Just like, so like our funding might end in here somewhere. And then just so long as you're aware and have other sources of funds or plans to make the connection all the way to, it looks like the park is down here, right? Park and,
Correct.
yeah. Okay. All right, anything else? Great, well, nice job working through all the criteria. You were just about exactly on time, about 30 seconds under, so nice job.
Great, thank you.
All righty, we'll see you again in August.
All right, thanks for your time and recommendations.
Mm-hmm. All right, looks like 3:15. We are about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. We can reach out to the next two applicants, see if they can come just a little early. So why don't we still take 15 minutes? Come on back at 3. Man, I cannot. Forgot my glasses. Getting old. Where are we at? I'm not doing the math correctly. 3, 5, come back at, what did we have scheduled? Oh, we just had a short break scheduled. Let's see. 10 minutes. Anyway, come on back at 15. Come on back at 3:30 and we'll see if we can just be like 5 minutes ahead. Does that work? Cool. All right. Hey, Brent.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can now. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for jumping on a little early.
No problem. I just noticed something as I was going over things here that I forgot to update the page numbers on my presentation, so they are all page number 2. So that'll
No
be
worries.
corrected.
We won't hold that against you. All right. Let's see, can you see that?
Yep.
Excellent. And I can advance the slides for you, or I can pass you control, whatever you prefer.
I'll control.
Okay.
So are we ready or just?
There you are. Go ahead and click the screen and make sure that works for you. There we go.
Oops. Click
Perfect.
times there.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. So my name is Brent Kabalik, Recreation Services, City of Pasco. And this is the Sacagawea Heritage Trail levee lowering development project. Pasco is located in southeast Washington and is part of the Greater Tri-Cities metropolitan area. The project location is along the river between Road 39 and Road 54. Well, actually, it's 54 and 72, between 54 and 72. This section of the trail is skinny, in need of repair, on top of a tall levee with no shoulder. The project will lower the levee slightly, approximately 3 feet. This will create the ability to install a 12-foot wide trail and still have enough shoulder space to install some viewing benches. It will also greatly improve view of the river from the adjacent property owners. It's really about safety and connection with nature. Project scope, the project improves user safety for walkers and bikers alike, access and efficiency of maintenance work crews, connection to river via views of adjacent homes and trail users. Like I said, lowering the levee there. We're at 30% design complete. As far as ADA, there's ADA parking available at the existing parking lot at the east end of this section. And while the section of the trail is technically accessible, is not conducive to use just to the skinniness of the path and the abrupt edge and the user load that frequents this section. Greatest cost of the project is the earthwork due just to its volume, the location, the limited access, just along the levee there, and the need to transport all the earth offsite the project. Much of the feedback supporting this project has come through the Parks and Recreation master planning process, during which we completed multi-language outreach via online surveys and in-person outreach events. We've also spoke with specific user groups, organizers of large races that use this section of the trail, and they're very supportive of this. It's also identified as something within the trails plan that we have here for the area. The project has been a long-standing desire for the community. The city frequently receives requests and complaints about this section of the trail. It also received multiple comments during the outreach during our last master plan update, when people were asked what was most needed in Pasco's parks. As you can see, there's a couple of those comments here, where lowering levee to improve trail safety on the levee, was, wider trail along the river from Wade Park to Ivy Glade. That's the section we're talking about. The width is unsafe and for the high level of traffic it receives. Some of those comments that were received on that. As far as partnership and support, like I said, major events are supportive of this. The Tri-Cities Marathon, the Run the River Marathon, Big River Run, Inland Empire Century Bike Ride, as well as organizations, the Visit Tri-Cities and Bike Tri-Cities are supportive of this improvement. We are working with some of those organizations to see about financial contributions toward the project. We do not have that solidified yet, but we are in conversation as well with that. There are many benefits with minimal negative impacts. As far as sustainability goes, the project transforms this section of the trail from the section of the trail you just want to get past to a section with opportunities for connection and one that is more conducive to commuting, encourages active transportation choices and increases safety. It improves our ability to repair and maintain the trail. Upon completion of the project, the levee is still there. It will just have been lowered to match that, the height of all the other levees in the area. The waterfront has not been affected after the project done, and the river access barrier has been reduced for land animal access to the river. Although not required as mitigation, the project intentionally reduces the scale and dominance of the existing levee infrastructure by lowering the levee. The current levee acts as a substantial structural barrier separating the river from the adjacent lands and limiting ecological interactions between the habitat areas. On the bottom of that shows on the left the trail with the direct drop to the river that's in the section that we're talking about, and the other side drops just as much. Whereas on the right you see a picture of the levee in another section of Pasco here, where you have a wider trail, larger shoulder, and much less of an obtrusive barrier between the land and the river. The Sacagawea Heritage Trail, pictured here, goes through, is the main non-motorized connection between Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland. The improvement of this section of the trail makes it more practical for use for travel and commuting, as well as much more inviting for the large events that we were talking about. They would definitely like that, less of a bottleneck in that section. I think I skipped over section in my, yes, number 11. I already told you 12. Here's 11, linkage of trails. This Sacagawea Heritage Trail links to the Richland Riverfront Trail, links to the Chamna Preserve trails, the Sylvester Street Multi-Use Trail that was just installed recently, as well as the trails within Columbia Park across the river. So again, this system, Sacagawea Heritage Trail, gives access to all those, and this section in Pasco is part of that whole system. Then, like I said, it's the main non-motorized commuting between the three cities. Water access view. This section of the trail is the main, this section of the trail is the main non-motorized connection between boat launches and picnic areas and open space on the river at Chiawana, from Chiawana Park on the west to Wade Park on the east. A separate project that we're doing will be further expanding these opportunities at the east end with the development of what we call the Irwin property with additional park amenities. Into a developed park with passive and active recreational opportunities. The project will drastically improve connection and view of the river by all adjacent homeowners and trail users alike in this area, as well as from that Irwin property. The Irwin property is that bottom left picture. The property to the left where you kind of see a parking lot, that's where the Irwin property is. The trail is coming in from the left side of the picture into there. The view of the river from the Irwin property and many of the homeowners is kind of what you see in that center picture right now with the height of the levee. As you can see, you can't really tell there's a river there unless you get up onto that levee. Many of the homeowners have purposely put in nice second-story balconies so they can actually view the river from it. The widened levee gives the chance for viewpoint benches similar to those that exist along the trail in the sections where the levee has already been lowered and the trail widened. As mentioned on the last slide, the scenic variety will be improved for adjacent land, including the Urban Property Plan Park. Again, that's actually in the bottom right. Is actually from Irwin property looking to the river, the current view as I stand there. Right now, of course, the grant dollars asked will be matched. It's currently laid out for 50% match from the city, and was, as mentioned, we are trying to work with some of those large event organizers and other organizations to see if we can get some financial commitment outside of tax dollars, which at this current point has not been secured, but we are moving toward that. So hopefully by mid-July, we will have some of that as well in there. And that is my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Okay, great. Thank you, Brent. All right, feedback for Pasco. Chris Witowski, go ahead.
If you go back to slide, I guess it was 6, project engagement methods. I thought that you have room there to expand a little more data and detail on that. You talked about talking to 900 plus responses, but I don't recall in your presentation really hearing any particular detail about that trail in particular. Are people concerned about this levee? Are there maybe an increase in use with the improvements? And then you say identified in various plans. You know, could you expand a little bit more on what those plans are, where it's being identified? You had some time left in the presentation, so I think, to me, this was one slide that I thought you could have expanded on detail and made the presentation a little stronger.
Okay, I know the following slide 7 mentioned some of the specific comments to, that were made to this, about this section of the trail in the project. Should I move things around or?
I mean, I think just, look at the criteria, and I think what Chris was saying is you're about 3.5 minutes under, so you got some room to work with under the 15-minute limit. And so just sort of flesh out, a few more detail, user data, other information from your plan.
Okay.
Chris Hawkins. No.
What happened?
disappeared. Looked like he froze for a minute, and then hopefully he'll hop back on.
Okay.
Probably connectivity issues. Other thoughts? So Brent, oh, Leanne, go ahead.
Yeah, just thinking about some of the details maybe that you could add, especially since you're highlighting the bigger events that use this portion of trail. Could you get some numbers from those events?
Oh.
How many people access that area at a certain time or multiple days leading up to it might help a little bit with some of the argument of widening being a benefit.
Okay.
Thanks.
Numbers of participants in those events. Yeah.
Yeah, just add a little context, I think, because I made a few comments of like, how does this fit into the bigger picture of your system, right? And I think if you kind of focus on that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I know like the big river race, I had the director of that was in here in my office this morning, and it's a newer event. I think we're in the third or fourth year of it, and they're approaching 1,000 people in that event right now. So it's definitely growing.
Yeah, and I definitely get out and get some pictures of folks using the trail, just, regular use that demonstrates that currently it's a little too narrow, sounds like, for the amount of use you get there.
Yeah.
Josh, go ahead.
Brent, similar to what Carl was just saying, it would be good to, like, I'm not from there. I don't know the things that are going on, but it sounds like that one particular stretch is kind of like a pinch point and everything else is kind of wider and more accessible. Maybe some photos and maps of like the wide, like which sections of the trail are 8 feet wide, and then it goes to this spot and it's really narrow and difficult to fit everyone through, kind of a thing. I think that would help me, not being from there, to visualize like what the problem is. And 3 feet lower, that's not gonna mess with like the functioning of the levee. Like other spots are just as low, it sounds like.
Yeah, this is they lowered most of all the levees long ago. And then just this section hadn't been lowered before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I'm in my neck of the woods. We're just making them higher, not lower. So
Right.
It's a strange concept.
Yeah, so like I said, you can see in this picture, for example, that picture on the right is between what we call the blue bridge and the cable bridge. And the levee's still there, it's just been lowered, so it's wider on top there. You can see the trail's actually meandering. It's like a 12-foot wide trail, and still has, little viewing benches and things like that. Whereas on the left is the section we're talking about, which is, west of the lowered part, and it's a straight shot trail. The width of the trail is basically the width of the top of the levee. So either side of it, one side drops down to the river, the other side drops down to kind of a irrigation catchment. What's it called? Catchment, an irrigation catchment before the land. So
Yeah, that's all good info. I'd say just if we could visualize it better of like things before and after being good, and then that section being a problem, be like, oh, okay, easy to get.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Josh. Chris Hawkins, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Hopefully my internet connection will keep going this time.
Yeah.
Just was curious about the partnerships and whether you have the support of permitting agencies like the Army Corps of Engineers. I think they have quite a bit of say on what occurs out here on these levees, and other local jurisdictions, because it's a sort of regional trail network. that might be good information to include in your next presentation of this.
Yeah, this is not, this is a project that's been talked about for quite some time and various times with them as well. But it is I think this is probably the third or fourth time we've tried for this grant for this project. But we haven't been successful up to this point. But yeah.
Do you have the Army Corps' okay to do levee lowering? I know that it's been done in other parts of this trail system, but it seems like there might be.
No, yeah, it's been discussed with them, but we can include that.
Good, thanks. Kelly, go ahead.
Just to kind of echo what Josh was saying, for the maybe to give a better comparison of how the trail looks when it's wide, the two pictures are almost from they're from similar angles, but one is definitely more aerial, and I think you can really tell what you're meaning by having the levee lowered versus the other one where you're at trail level. I think having both of them be at an aerial view would really give that good comparison of how narrow it is.
Okay.
Yeah, good point.
See about getting some, see if I can get the police to take their drone out there and get us a pitch.
Get some more shots.
There we go.
Yeah. Also on here, I didn't know where
there, if you go back
segment was.
Go to slide 2, I think. Go slide 2.
At the beginning?
Yeah, go. They all say 2 right now. I'll have to correct that. Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would just be helpful. Anytime you show a map, it'd be helpful just to put a little box around the segment. Like here's the segment where we are, so we know. Andrea?
Yeah, thanks. I was wondering regarding enhancement of wildlife habitat. Is there any like vegetation planting opportunities?
That's a good question. I mean, there could be ones. Right now, there's not, because it's just whatever grows on the rocky, side of the levee down to the water. But yeah. Okay. And I don't know, we'd have to discuss that with the Corps as well, because there might be integrity issues with of the levee if we were planting large or vegetation purposely.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Brent, I think this lower picture is this the levee right above the vehicle?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a picture, like I said, from the Irwin property that we're
the park, yeah.
We're trying to do to a park. And so that vehicle is actually the irrigation district. It's parked on their easement or their access road for the irrigation
input or catchment.
Yeah, catchment right there. So like I said, from the property, from the land, it goes the irrigation catchment, then the levee, and then down to the river. And like you said, like looking at standing right there, looking across, you wouldn't even know there's a river there without knowing that that's what you're looking at.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's any way to do some sort of rendering to see like a before and after, like, okay, once it's lowered, you will get a glimpse of the river, or
glimpse of the river, yeah. Or is it still there?
Is 3 feet enough of a lowering to be able to see it? And anyway, that might be helpful.
Okay. Yeah, it's like right now, from where I'm standing on that, the top of the levee basically just hits the land on the other side of the river. So, if a little bit below that, you would start to catch some of the river.
Okay. Good. Well, thanks, Brad. Appreciate it.
All right.
See you again in August.
Yeah, and I know that's one thing I was gonna ask again, I couldn't remember. The submittal deadline's like mid-July, right? And then, so the presentations, are they August then?
Yeah, August 18th or something. 18, 19, I forget exactly, but yeah, middle of August, and yeah, all that information's in the to-do list, and also you'll
Yeah.
get that when your grants manager returns the application, it'll have all that detail in there.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. See you later.
All right, you too. Bye.
All right, looks like Hoke William is here for our final presentation of the day. Welcome. All right, I'm gonna pull your PowerPoint up. All right, can you guys see that now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, I can advance slides for you or pass you control, whatever your preference is.
You can go ahead and pass.
Okay. We'll do that. Go ahead and click on the screen and make sure that activates for you. Yeah. Great. Well, whenever you guys are ready, go right ahead.
I'm Tasha. This is Brian. We're from City of Hoquiam. We're wanting to create some new trails at a current existing boat launch on the Little Hoquiam River. So this is what our goal is to develop the trails wide enough for both pedestrians and bicyclists to use. We would like to pave the current gravel parking lot and then add a covered picnic viewing area to the boat launch. So over here is the boat launch to the farthest to the right. The other little circle is where a current existing trail is that hasn't been used or maintained for years. So that's another one of our goals is to get that cleaned up so that the new trails can connect into that and then go through over to Longren's Pass, which is the highway on the left where the dot is on the left there. We have recently purchased forest land that we would like to end up connecting more trails than this in the future as well. So this is the current area. We just have a little tiny picnic table there that you can see that has no seating. We would like to put a covered picnic area there for those that want to come and visit the area. So this is a current, another waterfront park that we have and a current covered picnic area. And we would like to build something very similar to that at the Little Hoquiam boat launch. We'll go. Sorry, I'm trying to click through and it's not going to the next slide. There we go. Okay, and then this is our current gravel parking lot that we would like to pave. On the left-hand side is the full parking lot there, and then on the right, there's some side parking next to the field at the boat launch. And that's pretty much sums up our quick little PowerPoint. It won't click to the end, but the last page is just, there we go, just the end of it.
All right. Okay. So when you your grants manager can help you out, but when you come back in August, we have a series of evaluation criteria that in your PowerPoint we need you to walk through, like in order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and respond to the criteria in your PowerPoint, because ultimately that's what you'll be scored on.
Okay.
Will result in a ranked list of projects. So what it looks like, so what do I say, 3 miles of trail, and then ultimately there might be connections to other trails to get to the city or get into towns. This must be a little ways outside of town, maybe.
No, this is in the heart, in the middle of downtown.
Oh, it is.
Well, I shouldn't say downtown. It's in the middle of the city, um, just below our cemetery. That's on the Little Hoquiam River Boat Launch has been under city ownership for quite some time. We just bought 80 acres adjacent to this site through the community forest program. So we're looking to build some trails there at the Andreessen Boat Launch, and then as we develop the community forest, there'll be opportunities to expand and add additional trails.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'd recommend if, watching taking a look at some other presentations just to see how other applicants have laid out their um, project proposals. And again, your grants manager can help you out with that. Take a look at some of those. Tomorrow we have another almost full day of this same thing, technical review. We live stream it on YouTube, so you can pop on and watch some presentations just to kind of see how they're organized and laid out and how people present their projects. But we'll definitely want a lot, of course, respond to the criteria, more graphics. Photos are good, aerial photos, ground shots, design drawings, renderings, to really, take us to the site, tell the story, make sure you're hitting each of those criteria. You mentioned several times boat launch. So is this like a boat launch that's going to double as a trailhead or something? And
well, that parking lot, serves that entire area, and there is what I would call a very rustic boat launch. I mean, you could carry a boat down at there. I mean, it's a boat launch. It's not a nice paved launch, but a lot of people do launch like kayaks and very small boats to access the Hokum River there.
okay, so it's not like a major motorized launch site or anything like a
No.
Okay, mostly
No.
hand launch.
Yep, hand launch, mostly kayaking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd recommend just maybe calling it a trailhead. And by the way, there's access to the river there, and you're working on this trail. Elizabeth, go ahead.
Yeah, just one little question for you because this says developing 3 miles of trail. Your application says 10 miles. So you'll want to get consistency with that wording and because I'm confused as how much you're asking for as far as development goes.
Yeah, it's 3. We'll make sure that that's more clear.
Yeah, good catch, Elizabeth. Yeah, it sounds like maybe 10 is like the overall goal, looks like, but yeah, so 3 in this first scope of work. But yeah, a couple aerials like more zoomed out so we can see where you are in your city, and then you kind of dial in and bring us to the site to show what's going on.
Okay.
Are there other existing trails nearby that this will connect to, or is this really like the first piece of a larger system you hope to build?
It'd really be the first. Well, we have one other small trail system in at our cemetery in Elton Bennett Park, but I mean that are maintained by like a local hiking club. But this would be what I would say the city's first real trail system that we're developing.
Okay. Yeah, it would be good to see, show that. If you have a trails plan that shows, okay, here's the 10 miles, and then here's the first, 3-mile segment. So we can see what your overall vision is, what you're thinking. Yeah, like, creating, this is good, here's where you're going to create a little trailhead, picnic facility. Parking. Yeah, other thoughts folks have, or
Well, your suggestion, I'm looking at some of the other presentations, is good because, I'm sure we'll get some good examples. I mean, this is going to be.
definitely, yeah. And I don't know if you've been through our process before with an RCO grant or not.
Yeah, I have not for this trail, not for the trails program. So, but I know what you mean about answering the specific questions.
Yeah, okay. Um, yeah, that's always helpful to watch. We have all the presentations available from last cycle 2 years ago. Plus we did a full day today. That'll be posted to YouTube tonight when we're done. Tomorrow we'll have another whole bunch of presentations you can watch. That's always helpful. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, just one additional comment. I mean, I don't want to second guess anyone's budget, but to build 3 miles of trail and a picnic shelter and a paved trailhead for 160,000, that seems really low to me. So you might want to just take a look at those numbers. I don't know where they came from. I'm not going to question again, but to me, just from history, that seems really, really low for what you're trying to do.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, did you say, oh, Chris Hawkins, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Brian and Hokum folks. Just wanted to ask if any, is there any existing sort of old road or other sort of established path that you're working on such that you would be sort of improving something that's existing there at all, or is it all new trails being put in?
Go ahead, Tasha.
So there's a little piece there that says old trail to be cleaned up for use that connects from the road there. So right now it's currently barricaded. It hasn't been used in years and years. And so we want to get that cleaned up to connect into the new trail.
Okay. So where it says old trail, that's an existing thing, but the other potential trail there's nothing there right now. It's basically be cutting new ground. Yeah. So I would second what the other Chris had said, is that, yeah, it seems like there might be some pretty substantial development costs to getting new trail put in there, depending on the uses that you're trying to support with it. But if you're trying to do a shared use path type of thing, that's generally a lot more dollars per mile than what your budget would allow.
Yeah, we're looking to be a lot, well, for those familiar with the trails in the Montesano City Forest, trails more similar to that. That would be dirt, gravel, rustic, out in the woods type bike trails and walking paths.
Okay. Josh, go ahead.
You guys have you'd mentioned that there's like a local club that kind of helps out already. Is that part of the plan, is like having volunteers do a lot of the trail construction and that type of stuff, or?
Well, we have a different group, not the one that I mentioned earlier, who is a big proponent of this project and has offered to help build the trails with volunteer labor to a degree.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, like people are saying, when you go back and look at how other people have put it together, might just be a nice thing to add in. Like, we have relationships with these trail builders, and they're going to help offset a lot of the costs that would be associated with like other types of trail construction, kind of a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Josh. And if you get, commitments from those groups, that can you can include that in your application as like donated labor, donated materials. It helps. And we have a criteria called cost efficiencies that can help you, score some points if you have. Yeah. Anyway, like we said, watch some presentations, reach out to your grants manager. We can think about whether this is if this should stay in the trails category or maybe move over to our local park. We have a local parks category where you can also do this kind of development. And so depending on, if this really fits the purpose and intent of trails, If so, fine. If not, we can look at local parks for, it's a picnic site. It's a little hand launch site. There's trails through the woods. It possibly a good fit there as well. So we can talk
Definitely
about
trails. The focus of this application is to build the trails. So if it behooved us to take some of that other stuff out and just focus on building the trails, I mean, that's the goal.
Yeah, right. No, and we can do, trails and paths also in the local parks category. In this category, it's really about connecting communities, so, statewide trails, regional trails, community-oriented trails that connect with other trails or trail systems or communities, from one town to the next, that sort of thing.
Well, what we'd really like to do is build a trail from Hope William out to Seabrook and Pacific Beach, and this is the start of that project.
That would be amazing. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah. Okay. Well, good. Any other thoughts? All right. Well, thanks, you guys. Appreciate it. Again, reach out to your grants manager, and yeah, we'll probably see you again in August for evaluations.
All right. Sounds good.
You.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. If you, committee and staff, just sit tight for a minute. We're going to stop the recording and the live stream. That ends day one of technical review for